Episode 2, Memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro, featuring our greatest ally, Soseki Natsume,
Whose memoirs are these?
of whom, well, we know who, who, I read about his actual stay in London very briefly, and, he lived in 5 different places, until he settled into a final place where he actually kind of liked his roommate. His 2 sisters, and they liked Shakespeare and stuff. So that's who this is here.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Is what this is based off of. So despite them getting along real well in real life, here we are. So I may have baited some of you last time, and I do apologize. I need to watch my fucking mouth when it comes to ending streams. Where I said, because like the second I go, oh, okay, well, I think we're going to stop here. People just, lightning fast, just click out, just turn off their computer, turn off their phone, throw it out the window the second anyone's like that. And then I was like, well, actually, we're going to go on for another, hour. But don't worry, if I baited you, 1, fucking watch it. Do not trust me. 2, you didn't miss anything. Like straight up. That we did an hour of the court so far, and really the only thing that was established was that the guy had allegedly died at 1:30 a.m. but Soseki had left at
11 p.m.
11, and it takes 30 minutes for the poison to set in. That's it. That's all you missed.
Yeah, and the argument about whether or not this man would have waited 2 hours to drink his tea or not.
Yeah.
Is kind of the crux of the issue currently.
Yeah, that's it. Then he showed up along with another guy that we have no information on apart from his name being apart from him being 23 years old.
Oh my god, yeah.
Adron B meter man. 23.
23, dude.
Rough. It's rough. Not easy. But now we're getting there. We don't know why Adron's here, but he's part of the testimony. So here we go. The wintry the wintry night of my discontent. That's what you're watching right now. Discontent.
The snow lay about. My neighbor did cometh in the evening, bearing a gift of tea. But Mary, bitter was his drink, and when he left, I did fall prostrate on my table. 'Twas the tea alone did pass my lips that late hour, naught else.
I was outside this bloke's window in the freezing cold all night, keeping an eye on his room. Okay. Can I just press this right now? I don't care about the other things. Who are you? Why?
Yeah, like what the fuck did you just
No one else visited his room but that short little round back eastern fella. Sorry, who are you? Wait, what did you say? You were watching his... You were keeping an eye on Mr. Shamspeare's room all night? Yeah, I like watching his plays. That's right. Of course, the bloke's window is all but blocked up, isn't it?
Yeah, isn't it? Yeah, wait, what?
I have x-ray vision. But there's a little gap in the bricks where you can see into the room. So I spent the night trying to keep my teeth from chattering as I peered in through that. Not... okay, but why?
The question is, sir...
Why?
Why?
Well, no, that's because he's on my list. Okay?
What a piece of work is a man, but a miserable little pile of secrets. Wherefore wouldst thou not stare in wonderment?
What are you talking about?
This buzzing busybody hath not part in this play. I pray thee, pay him no heed. Make no more ado about his tedious words.
What do you say about me? I almost said what you say about B. He's just a bee.
Calm yourself. This court is concerned with what happened on the night in question. Nothing more.
Indeed, that is so.
And, as the testimony we have just heard clearly reveals, there was no one other than the accused present at the time who could have carried out this crime.
Well,
I believe this may be the final testimony of the trial. Now, counsel, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. Yeah. Shut up. I don't care about what you have to say. Never before seen pressing tech. What are you doing here? I should have read what it said. Oh my god, I'm sorry. I was outside this bloke's window in the freezing cold all night, keeping an eye on his room. But the windows of that house have all been filled in. A historical artifact of the now defunct window tax. Yeah, you're right there. All bricked up horribly. But as it happens, there's a little part of the brickwork at the bottom corner that's been opened up. I was looking in through that gap. Yes, there were a few bricks loose, weren't there? And for some strange reason, a couple of bars of soap lined up on the ledge outside as well. I don't like going around poking my chin in other people's business, especially on freezing cold nights. But them's my orders, so that's what I'll keep doing, as long as there's breath in my body. Okay. What's with all the theatricals today?
Out of interest, Mr. Meterman, after the accused had left and returned to his own lodgings, did you see the victim leave the room at all?
No, he never left. He was in that room the whole time as far as I'm concerned.
And we can therefore discount the possibility of suicide.
How can you be sure of that?
The police carried out a thorough investigation of the scene and found no receptacle for the poison. And since we know the victim didn't leave his room, and hence didn't dispose of the poison's container himself, it's clear that there was no attempted suicide. Only the culprit could have removed the receptacle. Ah, yes. Lucidity explained, counsel. Thank you. Or lucidly explained.
It really was. You can't argue with the logic. No one else visited his room but that short little round-backed Eastern fella.
Hold it!
You say a short little round-backed Eastern fella. So you can't be sure it was the defendant then.
Objection!
What?
How many other short, round-backed Nipponese with a mustache do you think there are in London?
Well, of course, it's only a narrow gap and it was quite dark, so I didn't notice the mustache. But he showed up around 9, so I'm pretty sure of myself. And when the person you saw arrived, did he and Mr. Shamspeare drink tea together? Nah, sorry. I couldn't say. Oh, that's convenient. Why not? Because I couldn't see into the room all that well, could I? But what I did see was the silhouette of that little round-backed fella wearing a pretty dress. Then the pair of them started some kind of wrestling match. I tell you, I didn't know what to make of it. That was hard as a rock. Stinger right erect. I suppose that was the Romeo and Juliet championship battle getting underway.
Mr. Meterman, allow me to confirm one final time. Apart from the accused, can you state with certainty that no one else visited the victim on the night in question?
No question. Gasman's honor. Farts. I mean buzzes. So that's the entire testimony. No, it wasn't. You didn't press the first three. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I can't see any obvious holes at all, to be honest. No. Oh dear. If nobody else visited Mr. Shamspeare's room that night apart from Mr. Natsume, I imagine the members of the jury will all conclude the same thing. Right. That he's guilty. Well, all we can do is press these witnesses for more information and hope for a breakthrough. Yes!
No.
I was really hoping... You know what? Never mind. I'm off point tonight, which is saying something, because usually I'm not really in it.
Wait.
I am. You see, I probably shouldn't have streamed tonight. I'm fucking out of it. Yeah. Okay. I'm just gonna press. The snow lay about. My neighbor did cometh in the evening, bearing a gift of tea.
Hold it!
To be clear, by neighbor, you are referring to the defendant, Mr. Natsume.
Oh, indeed, sir. Perchance thou wouldst that I call him the man from upstairs?
And at what time did the mustached Nipponese visit you in your room? Mustachioed.
We're not in Italy.
Our meeting was promised for the hour of 9, and lo, did he come to tender a gift of fragrant tea. Details which are in accordance with the defendant's own testimony, yes. And we were broiled in such a literary debate as history hath not seen before.
By which I presume he means their discussion about who was the stronger, Romeo or Juliet. The stronger.
Or he was stronger.
Or he was strongest.
I, Shamspeare, did play the part of young Romeo, whilst my neighbor played the fair Juliet. Each of us dressed as would our characters be, to bring weight upon our merry experiment. I dare not imagine the scene. Frailty, thy name is woman. Canst thou imagine how dismayed I was? Yes, I had heard of the Eastern art of Jitsu, but ne'er did I dream 'twould be a skill practiced by the commonly maiden.
Comely. Juliet beat Romeo up? This is not helping our case.
I believe the court has heard enough about your earth-shattering literary debate. Perhaps you could reiterate your statement about the tea that the accused brought to your room.
My liege, I am thy servant. Gladly, I would do thy bidding.
But, Mary, bitter was his drink. When he left, I did fall prostrate on my table. Press. Let me stop you there. Mr. Natsume left your room at 11 o'clock, but it wasn't until after 2 that the poison made you collapse. That amounts to more than 3 hours of missing time. Oh. I just do that in my room in the middle of the night, in the dead silence. If the defendant had really put the poison into your tea, that 3-hour window of time is something you're going to have to explain.
Gladly. 'Tis an easy task.
What? Damn it.
I did drink of the tea, not while my guest didst tarry, but after he took leave of me. Faith, 'twas stone cold, but at 1 hour past midnight, verily were my lips parched.
Objection!
That doesn't sound normal.
Nay, 'tis quite ordinary, sir. After all, thou wouldst recall our fiery debate. Amidst such argument, there'd be no time for a fiery tea.
Romeo and Juliet again. And who was the stronger?
Mr. Shamspear, in summary, allow me to confirm. Did you not come here with the intention of naming your attacker?
But of course, my liege. 'Twas the stooped lover of words that did attempt to shuffle me off this mortal coil.
We all know what that means. 'Twas the tea alone did pass my lips that late hour, naught else.
Hold it!
So you didn't have any kind of evening meal? Dinner? Supper?
Fie on luxury! Fie on gluttony! To eat thrice daily is but a waste of time.
Sorry?
I would that my belly were full, no more oft than the sun doth rise. Well, most heroic eating habits, I must say. I let the food eat me.
How?
How? Night and day do I fill my hours with learned study of the great bard and playwright. Hence is it that there doth not in my chamber be than the costumes of mine art.
That would appear to be the case, as even a rodent was found starved to death in your room.
Now I think of it, it's not just food that was conspicuously missing from that room, is it? I don't recall seeing a single player script anywhere.
For I have devoured them all.
You've eaten them.
Every word be within my skull. Didst thou imagine otherwise?
Right. That wasn't misleading at all. Now, could you turn around, do you think?
Which brings us to the conclusion that the only way the poison could have passed the victim's lips is in the tea.
Could have been in the ink.
Hold it. Yeah, about time for that. My lord.
Goodness me! Yes, Mr. Foreman.
I've kept my mouth shut and listened up to now, but this has gone on long enough. Are you all with me? Yes.
Are we to understand that you ladies and gentlemen of the jury are in agreement with one another? That you've reached a unanimous decision?
Too right we have. Are you all with me? Yes. Wait, no! The defense is in the middle of a cross-examination! To be honest, I was holding out a bit of hope for you, young man. Especially after you identified those few hours that followed the accused leaving the victim's room.
Yes, the 3 missing hours, as you put it. But in the end, what difference do they make? None, as far as I can see.
Why are they being reasonable? And since that's now apparent, there's really no reason to delay our decision any longer. Like I was saying before, if I don't take 5 bob home with me tonight, the missus will blow her top.
What? Oh, what's that? Sorry, I didn't quite catch what you said.
Where's that scalpel?
Wait, that didn't come off.
What, was it 2 different old guys or the same old guy? Just one was it was him in surgeon attire. He was in a different seat. It threw me off. It's gonna be his twin brother.
Very well. That the court be appraised of your decision. Apprised of your decisions. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings as to the defendant's culpability.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
We've done it, Soseki-san. All of you?
Well, it would appear that the jury is indeed unanimous.
Maybe I should drink this one day.
So, this time at least, it seems justice will be done. All's well that ends well, as they say. This calls for a toast, I feel. To the guilty being punished.
Ah! Get up, Mr. Naruhodo. Please! The trial isn't over yet. It's time for your least favorite thing. Second least favorite thing. I think I hate the Sholmes deductions more. What do you mean, Susato? What about the information I found in this encyclopedia of British law I have? An obscure right that belongs to the defense in these situations. Remember? A summation examination. Yes, that's right. We don't have a jury in Japanese courts, of course. But here in a British court of law, if we can reverse the decision of a majority of the jurors, we can force the trial to continue. This trial can't end now. Whatever it takes, I just can't let that happen. The defense moves to invoke its right to a summation examination, my lord.
Why am I not drunk yet? Oh, what?
Well, he's not, he hasn't, he won't drink it.
Why am I not surprised at my learned Nipponese's friend's inability to admit defeat? You choose to cling desperately to some archaic rule you barely comprehend instead of accepting the truth.
Certainly, no other defense counselor in recent times has exercised the right to a summation examination.
Because they all know that once the jury's mind is set, it cannot be altered.
Nevertheless, the right remains and must be upheld. The defense counsel's request is granted. This court will proceed with the summation examination as outlined in the Encyclopedia of British Law.
Thank you, my lord.
Are you and your fellows prepared, Mr. Foreman?
Believe me, my lord, we know all about this young lad's tenacity. And we're ready for it.
Very well. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby call upon each of you to state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime for which he stands accused.
The jurors' contentions. The victim may not be well off, but he's a noble man and straight up. There's no reason to doubt the man.
Well, I do declare the good gentleman has no reason to lie. In fact, I think he's rather splendid. Just look at the accused by comparison. He's Japanese. Stoops all the while, and he's mustache. And he has a mustache.
He is mustache.
He is mustache.
He is mustache. There's no evidence to suggest the gangling actor is a fraudsman. For now, at least. I really don't care. Like, I just need this trial to end quickly. He heard.
3 hours of missing time. There's nothing when you reach my age. Nothing at all.
I knew it. Every single one of them seems completely convinced. It would seem that all the jurors have come to the conclusion that Mr. Shamspeare is a fine, upstanding, and honest citizen. If you ask me, they've all been bewitched by his strange theatrical movements. And sadly, nothing Mr. Natsume has said appears to have registered at all. Well, here goes. Let's not forget. I've pleaded with the jury on Soseki-san's behalf before and it worked. So you never know. Before we begin, it might be an idea for me to remind you exactly how a summation examination works, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh. Well, you're still very new to British law, after all. That's true. That's true, I suppose. And Soseki-san's fate is entirely in my hands now, too. There's always a chance I might have forgotten some crucial details. Perhaps I should hear Susato-san out? I wonder, should I let her talk me through it again, or not bother? No need. Thank you for the kind offer, Miss Susato. But I've been through plenty of these summation examinations already now. I think it's important that we don't delay the start any longer than necessary. Of course. I understand, and I'm quite sure you're right. If you're confused by anything at any point, you can turn to me for advice whenever you like. I'll be here for you. The key to this is really listening carefully to each juror's statement, finding two that are contradictory, and pitting the corresponding jurors against each other.
Without further ado, please, counsel, proceed with the summation examination.
Yes, my lord. Shit gameplay. The victim may not be well off, but he's a noble man and straight up. There's no reason to doubt the man. Let me check the court record real quick here. Weird soap. Weird envelope. The one with the green line around the rim was Mr. Natsume's. We haven't had a chance to examine these yet, have we? Oh my, what's this?
The T-spot, or whatever you call it. Stain.
This must be the cup that Mr. Shamspear was drinking from then. It's stained on the inside. Tea does that, I'm afraid. Even green tea. Oh, really? I've never noticed before. You've never noticed? Well, I never leave it in the cup long enough to leave a mark. I like to gulp it down. So this is weird because I feel like this should have been information we used in the first cross-examination. Gregson claimed there was not a drop left, yet there is clearly tea remaining on the cup. Well, I never leave it in the cup long enough to leave a mark. I like to gulp it down. Drink tea while it's hot. That's the Japanese way, isn't it? Oh dear, so many people seem to have the wrong idea about our culture. And most of them are Japanese! Makes sense.
What the hell?
Makes sense, it's the most amount of people. Like, who's Japanese? Exactly. They're gonna get it wrong. This is the teacup from which Mr. Natsume was drinking. Yes, unlike the other one, the inside of the cup is completely clean. I suppose he must have drunk the contents before the tea had a chance to leave a mark. I always gulp it down too. Yeah, I know. Well, if you just sip it little by little, it gets cold. Clearly, I shall have to instruct you on the proper way to take tea. There is no tea ring on the inside of Mr. Natsume's cup.
Right, I guess it's just the idea that, like, yes, the tea did sit in Shamspear's cup for a long time. Long enough to make a stain. Hey, computer, can I get a 3D model of this image?
Yeah.
What's a computer?
Whose memoirs are these? Okay. The victim may not be well off, but he's a noble man and straight up. There's no reason to doubt the man.
Hold it!
Well, there are plenty of people in London who seem noble but poor. Couldn't some of them also be liars? Wow. I have no doubt about it. Like that shaky client of yours, for example. Absolutely not. Mr. Natsume is no liar. Look, the point is, the only thing that passed the victim's lips that night was the Japanese man's tea. When you take that gas man's testimony into account as well, the truth couldn't be any clearer. Well, that's alarmingly logical. But let me be frank here. Okay, Frank. I'm a gentleman with a gentleman's values. If it turns out that old Shakespearean chum is a rotten liar after all, I'll gladly change my decision about the defendant. And I'm sure my fellow gentlemen on the jury would do the same. Isn't that right?
Well, yes, perchance. Though I don't see it happening.
What's that? Elderly gent on the end here, you know.
You have to speak up.
Look, I don't really care about all this nonsense. I just need this trial to be over. How many gentlemen do we actually have on the jury, then? Alright, sir. I may hold you to that. Don't forget what you said. Well, I do declare the good gentleman has no reason to lie. In fact, I think he's rather splendid.
Hold it!
Are you saying you believe the man to be trustworthy because he's rather splendid?
No, that's not what I said. The point is, the man is the victim here. What reason would he have to lie? And yes, He is rather splendid.
So you say. Yet again.
Meanwhile, the man who stands accused behaves so suspiciously. It's exhausting to look at him. I'm afraid he's not splendid at all.
Splendid logic there, madam. Thank you so much. Just look at the accused by comparison. He's Japanese! Stoops all the while and has a mustache. Very fishy. No. Not one of those things is a reason to find the man guilty.
But he is fishy. There's no point dancing around the fact. He's Japanese. He has a mustache. And he stoops. You see, you arrive at the conclusion in just 3 steps. 3 steps, like a waltz, in fact.
Oh, I like that.
You know, the more I think about it, the more this trial seems like a dance.
See, we said nice things about this guy the last time he showed up. You seem to be several steps ahead of yourself, though. And you're on the wrong foot. No, there's nothing but circumstantial evidence here. There's no actual proof of the defendant's guilt.
But the victim's version of events is backed up by what the big-chinned man next to him says, isn't it? 1, he saw the Japanese man there. 2, he saw no one else. And 3, he saw the Japanese man there. Oh! That's another 3 steps. All this really does seem more and more like a waltz, doesn't it?
Right. And the prosecution will waltz its way to victory if I let you speak much more. There's no evidence to suggest the gangling actor is a fraudsman, for now at least.
Hold it!
A fraudsman? What do you mean by that, madam? It really is a most tiresome problem for the company. Most irritating. Oh, don't tell me you run the fucking gas company. We can be absolutely certain that a customer is stealing from us, but without hard evidence. We can't even threaten to take action for fear of being sued. I'm sorry, you've lost me a little there. Who are you?
Write that shit down.
I'm the wife of Augustus Altamont, owner of the Altamont Gas Company.
Good gracious! Altamont Gas, you say?
Knock knock, motherfucker, it's the United States, and I heard you got oil. Gas is the future of energy in this country and around the globe, unfortunately, but proper handling is essential. As I'm sure our employer from the East End branch office would be the first to agree. Absolutely, Lady Queen Bee!
Wow.
How did I not notice that immediately from her? Absolutely, Lady Quinby. Gotta be used properly. Altamont Gas is the best in the world, of course. I think I read that as employer on accident. Employee from the East End.
Yeah.
I think we may have solved the mystery of the bow from earlier, Mr. Naruhodo. Right. He bowed in deference. I've never seen that word. He bowed in deference to his employer's wife, did he? Oh, so would I be right in assuming that the reason Mr. Meterman was watching what Mr. Shamspear was up to in his room? I'm afraid that there's no end to the lengths the population of the East End will go in order to steal our gas. So I really have no choice when the company identifies somebody as a possible fraudsman. But to dispatch a worker to watch the suspect day and night. We're very thorough in our investigations. So you mean Mr. Shamspear is... I wouldn't come out and say it in public, but you can finish that sentence with a grubby little gas thief. You have noticed the public gallery in here, have you?
The eye of man hath not heard. The eye of man hath not seen.
The ear of man.
The ear of man.
No, he fucked it up.
Faith, wouldst thou wound me with thy words, were I to let them penetrate the skin? But seraphs hear not insults, only choirs of angels in song.
We may not have evidence yet, but my workers won't stop buzzing around you until they find it. And when they do, you'll find yourself blasted back to your angelic heights in an Altamont gas explosion. Whoa.
Jesus Christ.
So Mr. Shamspear has been stealing gas. I wonder, juror number 4, if you wouldn't mind adding that information to your statement. My pleasure. Was it the bit about ripping the thief apart you enjoyed? Yes. A little before the part about abject violence, if it's not too much trouble. Yes, of course. This could be it. This could be it. This could shift the balance. I really don't care, like. I just need this trial to end quickly.
Hold it!
You keep talking about needing to take home some money. What's that all about, sir? Finish, lass. That's what it's about. What's that? I'm talking about the Derby at Hyde Park, aren't I? It was the Queen's Cup last week, wasn't it? A Derby. It was a dead cert, that's the thing. I couldn't lose, so I took my wife's secret savings, like... But then that hopeless old mare went and did the unthinkable. Ah, that stupid finish, lass! Oh, dear. I think it's clear what happened, isn't it? This is the day the missus uses her savings for a trip down the pub. So come on, let this business lie now. Just give it up. No, that's not gonna happen. 3 hours of missing time is nothing when you reach my age, you know. Nothing at all. What do you really mean by that, sir?
Well, I'm not one to boast, but I get up at 5 every morning, I do.
5? You're a really early riser then, aren't you?
Oh, what's that now?
I said you're an early riser!
Oh, well, I wouldn't say that. I mean, I like to while away the hours in the evening reading books as well. But by about 2 in the morning, I'm usually too tired to go on.
He sleeps at 2 in the morning and gets up at 5. Oh my, that means he only has 3 hours of sleep each night. That's all you need back then.
What's that, dear?
Only 3 hours of sleep each night!
That's right, you see. 3 hours of missing time. Like I said, it's not much, is it?
This really isn't helping.
Alright, he goes to bed at 2. Incoming, he lives right next to them somehow.
Yeah. Key to summation examinations, yup. Yep. I know. Thank you. Alright. me just double check through everyone here. I'm guessing it's just
1 and 4. Yeah.
1 and 4. It's just that 2 is also saying something similar to 1,
Sure.
Objection.
but it's these two.
Yeah.
Those two statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious! To whose statements do you refer, counsel?
Juror number 1. What are you yelling about, lad? I presume you've heard juror number 4's statement, made by the wife of the owner of Altamont Gas. Well, yes. The victim who you claim to be a noble, straight-up man, in fact, turns out to be a common thief. So the good lady says, but there's no evidence, is there? You and I both heard them say as much.
God, I just noticed his the fact that he has like bizarre
His sideburns and
sideburns
Yeah.
and the mutton chops.
yeah,
Yeah, like that's actually the wild part.
he's kind of crazy looking.
I bet he would look amazing on the 3DS because you'd get that like the layering.
That's not really how the 3DS. Maybe you might be right. I suppose his mustache would pop out, but right. So he was making coins out of the soap is what was happening here.
Okay. Right, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Hey, wait a minute.
Okay.
Where'd the red thing go?
It's gone. It is in fact gone.
Oh. What is it, Mr. Naruhodo? This bar of soap is outdated, or has been updated. When we first found it, I could have sworn there was some sort of round disc in this depression just here. A reddish one. Yes, you're right. I remember it too. But now the depression is completely empty. Where could the disc have gone?
Yeah, I guess whatever the thing was designed to
I was wondering why the bar of soap
was upside down.
was upside down for us when the important thing was over there. You updated also?
It's a gun.
Say your fucking prayers, everyone. Bang.
Yeah, I guess the idea is that he designed it, whatever the hell it is, to like dissolve and whatever after just a some amount of time. So like when they
probably
open
what's
the box,
melting.
yeah,
What?
there's not fake coins in there. It's just gone.
Yeah, that's probably
Right.
what was melted on the floor.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Whoever opened this envelope didn't bother with a letter opener or scissors, did they? Yes, whoever opened it was clearly someone with an unrefined temperament. And judging from the angle of the rip here, the person in question must have been right-handed. Miss Susato, I think perhaps someone's been reading too much of the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. You can never read too much of it, Mr. Naruhodo. Never!
I see. I
It's a
guess
very
I see what
odd
you're
tear.
talking about. Yeah.
So the good lady says, but there's no evidence, is there? You and I both heard them say as much. It's true. We don't have evidence as such, just yet. But the claims aren't baseless, you know. Man, why did you choose guilty here? Out of curiosity. When you don't trust the victim? I don't know. It's, you know what? I suppose it is the reasonable thing right now. There was no one else who could have been there.
Yeah.
What? You heard me. Seeing as his operation has already been compromised, I would suggest that the court hears testimony from our East End branch office employee over there. I'll do whatever you say, my lady. Gasman's honor. Farts. We don't have the fart reverb.
No.
Sad. Juror number 1. You say you're a man of your word. Ah, fuck. If I could show that Mr. Shamspeare was a liar, You assured me that you would reconsider your decision about the defendant's guilt. Yes, I did say that. And as a man of honor, I'll hold to it, as I'm sure the other gentlemen of the jury will.
Me? Well, yes.
I'm still racist, though.
Now that we've found out the man's a liar, perhaps we ought to consider the matter further.
Well, if I'm perfectly honest, I haven't heard half of what you've all been saying.
So, if this means you'll recap a few points, that would suit me down to the ground.
Oh no, I'm not having any part of this. I want this trial over and done with. In that case, I shall change my leaning. So, Mr. William Shamspear, if that is your real name, we of the jury demand to know exactly what kind of a man you really are. That's 4 jurors. In one fell swoop, instead of having to do it for 50 more minutes. 4 for not guilty. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Victory.
Order! Order! Well, this is quite extraordinary, I must say. As a result of the defense's summation examination, the jury's leaning has changed. Now, only 2 jurors say guilty, whilst 4 say not guilty. I therefore declare this court to be in a state of disaccord, and order the trial to continue.
You have spoilt the banquet,
Okay.
Mr. Shamspear. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury now find they are unable to trust you, the victim.
But you gods will give us some faults to make us men. So God mend me, I do swear. This gas man speaketh that which concerns him most, not but gas, not but thin air. Ah, it burneth bright a while, but it hath no substance, and it doth reek foul.
Oi! What did you say?
Do I take it, Mr. Shamspear, that you deny the allegations of gas thievery? Most heartily, my lord, hast thou forgot? I am as a seraph, an angel, noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily, honest of heart.
And verily, racist. Ah! You flowery-mouthed, pompous beanpole. Just because I haven't gotten the evidence yet. Mr. Shamspear, if, in fact, you are not noble of mind, sweet of nature, or honest of heart, if you are a liar, then your testimony should have no sway in this courtroom.
It is my considered opinion that at the present time, no other possible culprit of this crime has been identified. All testimony heard by the court thus far heavily implicates the defendant.
In short, it would not be unreasonable at this stage for me to rule on the case.
The jury is just, what the fuck is this? What? Oh no.
However, in light of the fact that the jury has expressed concern about the fidelity of this witness, I believe it would be inappropriate for this court not to pursue the point further.
Objection!
I assure you, my lord, that would be a waste of the court's time. The gas and this case are unrelated.
Juror number 4. Yes. Didn't you say before that although you had no hard evidence to prove this man has been stealing gas, you have strong grounds for suspecting him? That's right, we do. Don't we? Worker? Absolutely, Quinby. Gasman's honor.
Very well, then. We will hear your testimony now. You will tell the court precisely why you believe the victim, Mr. William Shamspeare, has been stealing gas.
Yes, my lord. It'll be my pleasure. On the oh. If I may, my lord.
Go ahead, madame.
This worker's testimony may have a significant bearing on the good name of my husband's company. Therefore, I should like to take the stand alongside him in a supervisory role, if you wouldn't mind. Woohoo! Oh yeah! Sweet as honey! Yeah, 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 yeah! Doing that, my gum just flew out of my mouth. The gum I was chewing. Go.
Well, I can think of no other more possible unethical action to take, so,
Yeah, let's do it! Oh,
Absolutely.
baby! Yes, my queen.
So happy.
He's very happy. Well, he's not. He's a lively, vigorous 23-year-old, 50-year-old man. Yeah, fuck it.
Very well. As an exception, I shall honor your request.
Thank you, my lord. You wait till the boss gives you an earful. Oh, it's gonna sting. You mark my words. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Who the fuck is he talking to there?
I think he's talking about Shamspeare? Or maybe they're talking about...
Why would the boss talk to Shamspeare?
I guess they were talking to Ryunosuke. I'm not... Yeah.
Must give you... Unless he's referring to juror number 4 as the boss, and that it's going towards... I don't know.
Well, yeah, I think juror number 4 is the boss. Who's getting stung is what is confusing me. What's...
Yeah, because it wouldn't be Ryunosuke.
Yeah, I guess it's like the boss, juror number 4, is going to give you, Shamspeare, an earful. Yeah?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
On the subject of the illegal consumption of the Altamont...
Testify before the or the gas fuel nonsense. Yes. Is that clear, my good man? Clear as Altamont gas, my lady. Which is the clearest in the world. Do you think the gas has gone to his head, Miss Susato? No. It's the lead.
Yeah, it's definitely the lead.
I think the man is just a very dedicated employee, Mr. Naruhodo. The Altamont Gas Company's investigation. Is she listed in here as people now? She is. Quinby Altamont, the wife of the owner of the Altamont Gas Company. She's a staunch believer in the superiority of the fuel and utterly unforgiving of gas theft. Okay. I'm proud to be the company's East End branch investigator and meter money collection agent. Altamont gas meters accept the thruppeny. Altamont gas meters accept thrumpeny bits. Each coin given customers about 2 hours of gorgeous gas. And yet the meter in Mr. Shamspeare's room didn't have a single coin in it. The meter doesn't appear to have been tampered with, though. And the collection agent has only the key. Has the only key. That's impressive. Minimal movement for that one. Somehow, he's using all the flaming gas he wants without paying a penny. If that's not thieving, what is? Ow. Ow. As he gets hit with the parasol.
Pray forgive the discourtesy. The irrelevance of this testimony caused me to turn to my hallowed chalice.
Finally. We're laming him out. We're gonna get him
You
drunk
mean
where he
I
can't
thought
perform
remark?
anymore.
Lord Van Zeeks. Did the
Mustache.
mustachioed Nipponese poison the gangling excuse for an actor, or didn't he? That is all that should concern this court. And yet, now we must listen to this abhorrence. Clearly, what separates the vast British Empire and your eastern island nation is more than geographical distance.
Gotta say, those lamps back there are pretty fucking sturdy. But this could turn out to be a crucial testimony. The cross-examination must go ahead. Ah! That's definitely a Wilhelm scream moment right there.
Do what you will.
Lord Van Zeeks appears to be in a violent mood. Me too. Yes, he does. An attempted poisoning, and an incredible gas, and an incident of gas theft with no supporting evidence. It's true that they would appear completely unrelated at first glance. But I wonder, the truth tends to be buried in the most unusual places. And the first step in uncovering it will be to establish just who and what this man really is. The Altamont Gas Company's investigation. All right. I'm proud to be the company's East End branch investigator and meter money collection agent.
Hold it!
So does that mean you enter people's houses in order to empty their gas meters? That I do. Have to try to catch people when they're in. Then I ask permission to come inside and do my business. Does that mean you've been into Mr. Natsume's room before, as well as that of Mr. Shamspeare's? Well now, interesting you should bring that up. Because I couldn't believe how little money was in his meter. I mean, how the pair of them survived the winter is beyond me, it really is. Knowing Mr. Natsume, he probably spends all his gas money on books. And then when he's finished reading them, he probably burns them for warmth.
You will kindly reiterate your statement about the gas meters themselves, Mr. Meterman.
Not much to say, really, but as you wish. Altamont gas meters accept thruppeny bits, each coin given customers about 2 hours of gorgeous gas.
Hold it!
So all London houses that have a gas supply are fitted with these gas meters, are they? They're the latest model, the height of technology, developed by our company, Altamont Gas. And anyone who uses our gas will have one of these meters in their property, yes. So, if a 3-pence coin gives 2 hours of gassed, So if a 3-pence coin gives 2 hours of gas, most people would use about 3 coins in a night. A bit more than that, usually. If they have both gas lights and a gas stove, that is. Thinking about it, Soseki-san doesn't have a fireplace in that room of his, does he? Some people still choose to use candles, of course, and only have gas for heating. Ah, yes, I do remember seeing candles in Mr. Natsume's room, actually. What about the onions? Does that have anything to do with the heating or the lights?
By the way, I looked into these, by the way. So it is onions, probably. And
they look like onions, for sure.
Yeah. And it's just the idea is that onions will actually last a long time if they're stored in a dark, dry place.
Okay.
That's just all there is to it. Is that you have to keep them out of the sunlight because otherwise they'll sprout.
Yeah.
And you keep them dry, otherwers they'll get moldy.
So you put them in the fucking attic, yeah.
You put them in the attic, and that curing process is what gives them that flaky skin.
Okay.
And that's all there is to it. It's fucking onions.
It's a ton of fucking onions.
Yeah, and like obviously we thought it was onions, but it was like why it's in the attic, and it's just like you just can't keep them in.
It's just where they store it. Okay.
Yeah.
Right on the fucking staircase. You know, it makes sense. You don't live up there, right? You put them where they're gonna be in reach.
You need an onion.
I don't need to go all the way up there. Just right off the vine, take a bite straight into it. Easy. Ah, yes, I do remember seeing candles in Mr. Natsume's room, actually. And how does the money in the meter get back to you at the gas company? Every 3 days, gasmen like me visit properties on the gas supply and empty the meters of coins. I must say, the design and manufacture of the new meter cost the company an awful lot of money. But happily, it did put a stop to people not paying their dues. For the most part. Aha, because they have to pay in advance, you mean? Yes, exactly right. And yet the meter in Mr. Shamspeare's room didn't have a single coin in it.
Hold it!
Out of interest, how long has this been going on? Weeks and weeks. He's been pinching gas off us for ages.
And you've examined the meter in Mr. Shamspeare's room, I take it.
Naturally. We took it off the wall and went over it with a fine-tooth comb.
And found nothing suspicious at all, I presume.
What do you care? Shut up. No, I'm afraid we didn't. Which is exactly why I demanded a new type of meter to be produced. Whoa. One with an indestructible lock. The Shamspeare Special. Randomly selected jurors, huh? That sounds like it would have cost an awful lot of 3-penny pieces. But even after all that, the rascal's meter was still empty. I'll never forget the humiliation. When I opened up the money box and found it bare. You what? Oh god, look at his eyes!
Yeah,
Demon!
Yeah, that's horrifying.
I said you what? You what? And the look on his face. That smarmy smile of his. I pulled the meter straight off the wall and took it back to the office. But you know what? Nothing! Not a trace of being jemmied open anywhere. Not a single sign. Jemmied? Jemmied? I've heard like jimmied. You know, you jimmy something open. Has it been jemmied this whole time?
My jemmies are
I can't believe this. And what's happened to my salary as a result? Down by 3 shillings a day, that's what. How much is that? A life-threatening situation in a number of ways. Incidentally, what became of that meter? I carry it with me at all times. I can't. I've still got it.
I've still got it.
Nothing became of it. I've still got it. Like, oh, what, right here now.
Now.
That wasn't in the original. I made him do that. That was all me. I have it right here. No wonder they call you Meter Man.
I think it would be prudent for the court to sequester this item while the trial is ongoing.
The gas meter has been entered in the court record. Definitely. Although at first glance, there doesn't appear to be anything unusual about it. Alright.
It's clearly been jemmied with.
Oh. What's... Have you spotted something, Mr. Naruhodo? Just there. There's a little hole. Do you see? Goodness, you're right. I wouldn't have noticed. Not a very neat hole, is it? Not professionally made, I'd say. So, you think it might have been opened up by Mr. Shamspear? Possibly. It seems the people at Altamont Gas must have missed it. How? Well, it certainly seems to go all the way through to the inside. Yes, but there's no way a coin could fit through there. That's true. But even so, it seems more than a little suspicious.
I kept, like, seeing the lock as, like, a teddy bear. I don't know why, but, like, something about it's, like, the background...
Yeah.
Something about it, like, had, like, a kind of a cutesy Christmassy look to it.
Yeah, no, it does. No, it's red and green, and then there's, like, a brown thing. You're like, yeah, teddy bears.
Yeah.
That's a very sturdy-looking padlock, isn't it? And the money box is sealed with beeswax, too.
And, like, the dials
Makes
look
sense.
like paw prints almost to be split.
Yeah, let me just... I'll just throw my monitor out the window and then look down. Probably see it then. So if Mr. Sholmes were to get up to any mischief, he'd be found out immediately. Mr. Naruhodo, mischief of that kind is not the sort of thing that Mr. Sholmes would... It's not the kind of thing Mr. Sholmes would... You know you didn't finish that sentence, don't you? Well, anyway... It's understandable that the gas company would want to safeguard the money that's rightfully theirs. But it does feel a little over the top, perhaps, doesn't it?
You'd literally make coins out of caramel and steel gas.
Let's move this along, shall we? Continue with your testimony. Though, I would say it has as much value as the contents of that meter.
Oofy.
The meter doesn't appear to have been tampered with, though, and the collection agent has the only key. I kinda just want to present right now. Oh, just press.
Hold it!
There's only one key for all your meters. Well, in truth, there's another key in the company vault at our main office. Not even if someone had somehow managed to get hold of a key, we'd know if the coin box had been opened. I'm sorry, but even if someone had somehow managed to get a hold of a key, we'd know if the coin box had been opened. Oh? How? I came up with a rather clever way to expose any little shenanigans as it happens. Very smug bee lady. Would you care to explain? Well now, in order to empty a meter, you have to unlock the padlock and remove the cover. But when I close the cover again, I stick a little beeswax seal on it, you see? Seal? Like the sort of thing you'd put on an envelope, you mean? Something like that, yes. Basically, you can't remove the cover again without breaking the seal. Now, in the case of Mr. Shamspeare's meter, there were no coins inside at all, as I said. But the seal hadn't been broken either. So that would mean Mr. Shamspeare somehow managed to steal coins from inside the meter without opening it. Let me check something. Okay.
Yeah, like it just presumably he's making like wax coins or something and then melting them through the crack somehow, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. But, okay. It would seem so, but that would be impossible. Somehow he's using all the flaming gas he wants without paying a penny. Maybe he just wants to improve society. Maybe living costs should not be so expensive. Everyone just like goes, what are you fucking talking about? How do you know that he's been using gas, though? Well now, since I started investigating this bloke, I've been to his room more than a few times. And on every single occasion, his lamps have been blazing, and his stove pounding. It's the middle of the winter, and he still turns to me, sweat dripping down his cheek, and says,
Get thee to a nunnery.
Oh, Hamlet, indeed.
ah, I couldn't wring the bloke's neck. I get all hot under the collar, but still. Every time I open up that flaming meter, it's empty. He's robbing me of my salary, too. What's wrong with the world? Where's the justice? But how can Mr. Shamspeare possibly be stealing the money? I don't understand.
The simple explanation is right before your eyes.
You're doing it? No.
What? No. A toast to you eventually realizing that the gas man could be an accomplice.
Oh my god, I just realized it. You what? Oh my god.
Jesus.
Good lord! Eminently plausible indeed!
Well, what do you have to say for yourself? Oh, please, Lady Quinby. I'm a faithful worker. Besides, if the money us gasmen collect doesn't tally with how much gas has been used, you dock our pay by the same amount! Ugh. So you'd be stealing money only to have the same amount taken from your wages. Clearly that makes no sense. Perhaps it's a case of losing the battle to win the war? No, I'm not gonna stir up the hornet's nests. If I went stealing from the company, I'd be finished. Sure, number 5's like, that damn Finnish mare.
It would seem there is no evidence to support the claims of thievery made against the victim. Because Mr. William Shamspeare is innocent. Pray, forgive me if that shatters some illusion my learned Nipponese friend was clearly under.
I certainly didn't expect to uncover another crime that looks like it's been taking place in the very same room. According to the testimony, it's only the meter in Mr. Shamspeare's room that's under suspicion. It does seem as though perhaps it has nothing to do with the incident involving Mr. Natsume. I know, it does seem that way, but the fact is, Since I've been practicing law in England, I feel like I've encountered this at least once already. Cases that are interlinked. Oh? It might seem that two cases have nothing to do with one another at first, but in fact, they're intimately connected.
What did he mean by this?
I don't know. There was apparently a game before this one. I don't remember it. Yes, we have experienced that before, haven't we? I wonder if this is another instance. Perhaps. But we can't be sure of that yet.
Hold on. What did she mean by we've experienced that before?
Right, so this would be the third case we've run into in London, right?
Yeah, McGilded's.
And then
And
two Sosekis in a row.
Right, and before this was his own personal case.
She might be referring to the fact that the crime scene was tampered with in the Soseki case.
Okay.
Because Rolly moved the body. You know, they might be... It might be referring to the fight that the Garadebs had. Because, like, that was, like, the clincher at the end was
Sure. Fair enough.
The Garadebs had their own incident that resulted in all the stuff that happened outside.
Right.
Sure. If the Altamont Gas Company has been investigating Mr. Shamspear so earnestly, there must be something to it. But then, how has he been managing to steal their gas?
Objection.
Hey, I'm gonna hand you back this thing you just handed me in the middle of this testimony.
It's broken.
Lady Altamont, I'm afraid to say that this meter clearly does show signs of having been tampered with. What? Get away! I've been over and over that thing!
Well, you need to lay off the meth next time, buddy, because...
Geekin'. I'm telling you, there's nothing wrong with it.
Jesus Christ.
In that case... what do you have to say about the small hole that's been made at the base of the coin box? Hole? What? You're right. You're quite right. There is a little hole there. The meters aren't supposed to have that. None of the others do. In other words, we can assume that Mr. Shamspear secretly opened up this hole himself. Yes. I wouldn't be all that surprised. But why? Yeah, why? I mean, it's tiny. You couldn't get a fartin' through that. A fart hin through that. Lady Altamont, I wonder if you could give me the excuse me. I wonder if you could give the court some more details about your meter design. What sort of details? Well, what I'd specifically like to know is how it differentiates coins. How does the meter tell the difference between different coins? What do you mean? Well, for example, if someone were to put in 1 penny coin, that wouldn't work presumably, would it? No, of course not. So, well, how does the meter know that the coin it's been fed is a threepenny bit? Chat, what the fuck is a threepenny? A threepenny.
Yeah, I think it might be through Penny, but I'm sure it's just, again, Britain has had 18 billion different, like, levels of currency.
Yeah, a threepenny bit. Not even
it is threepenny. Yeah.
a threepenny.
Yeah, it's a variant of a 3-penny, Alex, obviously.
Okay. A 3-penny, you say? Is that worth
Yeah.
3 pennies?
Costing or worth 3 pence.
What is the lowest value? It
I think a half penny might be the smallest one.
Oh my god. Is there like a chart?
I've like tried to find one before.
I need a visual, an infographic of these coins. I will continue in the meanwhile. So, well, how does the meter know that the coin it's been fed is a threepenny bit? I see what you're getting at now. The meter tells coins apart by their shape and size, which includes their thickness. A threepenny bit is about 3/4 of an inch in diameter, you see. Other coins just won't fit. 3/4 of an inch in diameter, okay. I see. It's clearly been very well thought out. The witness will admit...
Oh, sorry. I was looking at pennies.
Yeah, I know.
The
Oh, no,
witness will
it
admit-
just popped up, so I just assumed you were still looking.
Her formal testimony with that information in the case, it is pertinent.
As you wish, my lord. The meter is designed for coins the exact diameter and thickness of a threepenny bit. Nothing else will fit. Do we press this? Let's go ahead and press this. But conversely then, it would seem that anything matching a 3-pence coin exactly in terms of diameter and thickness could equally well be used. Would, that be true? Well, yes, in a way. The weight comes in to a certain extent as well. We've thought of that, though. We've thought of that, though, anyway. If I find any fake coins inside the coin box when I empty the meter, the contract says the customer has to pay 100 times the amount they diddled as a fine. We live for moments like that, us Caspen do. Live for them!
Okay, I think I got the chart.
Alright, sick.
Okay, so this is before the 1971 decimalization, as they call it. So you have 2 farthings and a halfpenny, 2 halfpennies and a penny, 12 pennies and a shilling, 3 pennies and the 3-penny bit, 2 3-penny bits and a 6-pence, and then 2 6-pences and a shilling. But then 2 shillings and a florin. 10 florins are in a pound. Alternatively, 5 shillings are in a crown, and then 2 crowns are in a pound? No, 4 crowns are in a pound. So 2 10 shillings, 6 pence.
Note.
Yeah. 4 crowns, 20 shillings, 240 pennies in a pound. Yeah.
So farthings are the lowest number.
Yeah. They're a quarter of a penny is a farthing. A threepenny is literally 3 pennies. So a 3-penny is the same as a threepenny.
Okay. This is not helping at all, I'll be honest.
No,
it's good to
confusing.
see it, but that didn't help in the least. It'll help with the idea of sorry, I'm laughing at what Scringolio said. It'll help in terms of like the gravity of worth at least. We'd have to look back at the McGilded case to see like what he was actually offering to be like, wow, that must have been a lot of money.
Yeah.
Shrug.
Obviously,
Anyway.
it's like hard to understand anyway because of like how like currency works through the ages and inflation. or whatever,
Absolutely,
right?
I don't actually know how much that's worth.
Yeah, like they're buying things in pennies. Pennies are effectively like $1 to $5.
Yeah, is that $1 at that point?
Yeah.
Because we use pounds now in the euro. No, you got the euro, but God, does Britain still use pounds?
Yes, I think so. Because they probably use both. The other weird thing is, of course, that Britain was in the British Union or the European Union for a while and is no longer in the European Union. The idea being that every country in the European Union uses the euro.
Reasonable.
But now that they're out of the European Union, they, I think, went back to the pound.
That makes sense.
But I think they probably also just used both at the same time always, because that's just how shit works often.
Yeah.
Things aren't quite so simple.
Okay. Well, alright. If only they would equate it in burgers, then I could really understand it.
Yeah, how many farthings does it take to buy a Big Mac?
Yeah,
that's not the only way Americans can understand value.
It's like...
how many football fields long is it? How many Big Macs is it worth?
It would seem the gas company has thought of everything. Woohoo! Hooray for gas! Hooray for cash! Altamont all the fucking way! That's quite enough of that. Oh no. Oh no. Oh fuck, I thought he was talking about how much they're worth! Okay, remind me, how big are threepenny bits? About 3/4 of an inch across. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Is this 2 centimeters measurement significant? Or perhaps there's some other aspect of the meter's construction that we should be focusing on. Yes, you may be right. Perhaps I should try a different tack here. Sure. Like asking about whether the meter can be dismantled, for example. Let's delve deeper. How can the meter be dismantled? Dismantled? Yes, given that there are no signs of it having been forced. I'm wondering if perhaps, rather than being broken open, it might have been taken apart. Well, yes, that does make some sense. The padlocks are made by a first-class locksmith from the finest quality steel. And the meter box itself is made from plate steel as well, welded shut to ensure it can't be opened again. I can assure you, it's quite impossible to dismantle it. Woohoo, yeah! Nothing leaks from the Altamont meter. No coins, no gas, no nothing. I see. You will be penalized for asking that now. Die. Oh, never
The
mind.
witness will amend her formal testimony with that information in case it is pertinent.
As you wish, my lord. Whoa. Okay, that's pretty cool. Can I have the other statement back, please? Wait, no, wait. Sorry, we already presented the box, right? Yeah.
Yes,
No.
we presented the box.
Yeah, we presented the box and she changed her statement, yes?
Yes.
Alright. I'm sorry, I do want the coin back so I can bring this up, I think. Make sense? I want to talk about the coin size. I don't want to talk about this. 'Cause yeah, we have no way to dismantle it.
Yeah.
We have nothing suggesting that. Like, unless this is like the secret card through the slot that allows you to bypass some mechanism, but we don't know that. Okay.
Hold it!
Has anyone ever tried? Oh yeah, they've tried to break in, but they've all given up before long. After all, if they actually broke the meter, the company would be able to take legal action. Yes, that makes sense. some other aspect of the meter construction that we should be focusing on. That's pretty cool. Alright, the meter is designed for coins the exact diameter and thickness of a threepenny. Nothing else will fit. And then we say, somehow... So... Give it a try.
Yeah.
Okay, we're not there yet.
Okay.
'Cause it's not a contradiction. I had a feeling that wasn't gonna work. Deniably, you say that, but whatever. Damn. Oh. Time for a rethink. So
I think that's
clearly
yeah.
something's melting out of the. He's putting the soap coin in,
Yeah,
and it's melting once the room heats up, and it falls out the bottom, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Um.
Also not. I think the photo's the next step past the soap.
Yeah.
But Your attorney's badge. It's basically a coin.
So let me get back to the option here, and let me not delve and see what happens. Let's return to the okay, nothing changes. Nothing else will fit.
Yeah, like this is the... We tried the soap.
Examined everything here.
Not that.
Let me do the smart thing and read the overview text.
It's attorney's badge, I'm telling you. It's the thing that fits.
I'm right in thinking that these scales are a symbol of the defense in law, aren't they? They're supposed to symbolize treating everything equally and fairly. And that's why they're always in the middle, balanced. Equal measures on both sides. Recently, though, whenever I see a set of scales, I can only think of the enormous scales of justice. It's entirely understandable. They are such a powerful symbol in the courtroom, aren't they? And the thing about the scales of justice is, they're always leaning one way or the other. They're only ever in balance right at the start. It must be something peculiar to the British. I'm afraid I can't shed any light on it, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, I don't think we ever looked at this. That's kind of cool. It's very fine embroidery here that shows the name of the armband's owner. In this case, Kazuma Asogi. So I'm always carrying my best friend's hopes and dreams with me on my right arm, just here, all the time. To be honest, it's something that weighs very heavily on me. Oh, I didn't realize it was such a burden, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, I think it's why my right shoulder aches so much. Are you sure that's not to do with your reading in bed or the like? We just gotta start trying shit, I guess.
Yeah.
Just make
So
sure
these
there's not
first two
something
statements are just
obvious.
true. Like there's nothing weird about them.
Fuck, like my input's fucking up? What the hell's this? Fuck. And yet, the meter in Mr. Shamspeare's room didn't have a single coin in it.
True.
The meter is designed for coins the exact diameter and thickness of a threepenny. Nothing else will fit. Somehow he's using all the flaming gas he wants without paying a penny. Like, I doubt it's this. I could tell you how he did it. But that's not how these work. Let me read the other one again. Let me read the other side, just in case, but I highly, highly doubt.
I
This is a tough one. What the... Something I didn't examine yet. God, this is kind of irritating too, because it's like we know where we want to go. Nothing there, nothing there. We've examined everything we can, I think. Unless, let me look at the bar of soap again. Oh no, it's about the size of a threepenny, isn't it? Oh, look at this bar of soap. There's a circular depression on this side, about 2 centimeters across, or 3/4 of an inch. Do you think we did find the soap at the scene, didn't we? Yes, yes, there were 2 bars on that little ledge just outside the window. So we took this one. But I'm sure that when we first found it, there was some sort of reddish medallion in the middle there. I remember it clearly. Yes, but there's no sign of it now. Where could it have gone?
you didn't examine the same piece of evidence 3 times in a row. And now, so even though you presented the right piece of evidence on the right line of dialogue, it didn't count.
Keep him guessing.
Hold it!
Let him know who's in charge, Takumi.
Fuck.
You are not in control.
The cobbler.
You are not in control. This is his game.
He's the cobbler because his name is Shu.
I know you didn't like this last time, but I'm a different man now.
Fuck, dude.
Hey,
Fuck me, man.
let me just confirm
Look, it's
something
like
here.
We like re-clicked on it too, was the issue.
If the diameter and thickness were to be correct, the meter would accept any object as if it were a threepenny bit. Is that correct? Yes, that is correct. Well, by something of a coincidence, while we were investigating in Mr. Shamspeare's room, we found a particular item that matches the dimensions perfectly. Something the same size as a threepenny bit? What is it? The item in question is this. Oh my god. What? What have you been have you been inhaling gas? That's a bar of soap. It certainly looks nothing like a threepenny bit, I must say. It looks like I'm going to have to point out exactly what I mean here. No, no, no. Stop kicking me while I'm down. No. No, this is so unnecessary. It already updated. Like, this is... Now it's actually horrible. because it's now hit absolute redundancy.
Yeah.
If my characters needed to realize it was that, and then present it, and then just points it out, fine. The fact that I have to now point it out is ridiculous.
Yeah, as if you, the player, hadn't already
Yeah.
clicked on it.
Oh my god, I forgot to hit present. Oh my god. Yes!
Got it!
Sure did. You have to turn over the soap to see what I mean. Are you referring to that round depression in the middle of the soap there? That's right. A depression that's approximately 3/4 of an inch in diameter. Or in other words, almost exactly the same size as a threepenny bit.
God, this reminds me.
Get away!
The way the bar of soap looks reminds me of this pose where it's like a girl went over to her guy's apartment, right? Like, you know, like a Tinder hookup or something.
Yeah.
And like she goes to use his bathroom, and he's got a bar of soap in there that just has like a hole in the middle, which like with the implication being like he's been fucking the bar of soap.
Fucking the bar of soap.
Right, and it's just like I don't know how to feel about this, and people the response is just like
How big
his
was the
dick's
hole?
clean.
Yeah, alright.
His dick is clean though.
Well, yeah, people don't take care of their shit. This man does. Thoroughly. In fact, it's probably a little too clean. Get away!
Does anyone here present have in their possession a threepenny bit? I'm too rich to know what those are. Quickly now, hand over your coins, ladies and gentlemen.
Sounds rather like a highway robbery, doesn't it?
Thanks to a kind member of the public in the gallery, I have here a threepenny bit. Now, to see if it fits. Oh, my word! It couldn't be more snug.
Yes, as I suspected. This, without a doubt, is a vital clue to explain how the Altamont Gas Company is being defrauded. Well, I don't believe it. Who fucking cares? Says Zeeks.
So, your assertion amounts to what? That some inferior bar of soap has a tentative connection to the theft of gas.
Yes! The depression in the soap was clearly made by a threepenny bit.
I must concur, at least, that pushing a coin with some force into a poor quality bar of soap such as this is a remarkably simple way of replicating the coin's shape.
And then you could use, well, some melted wax or something to pour into the mold. You could make fake coins in no time. Thank God we didn't have to spend an hour reaching that conclusion.
Also, sad to report, Brad hit pity in Honkai Star Rail and got a Yanqing.
That's what you get for trying to get Robin. I warned him. This brings all the pieces of the puzzle together, apparently. It's the method Mr. Shamspear has been using to steal the gas. That's the missing link. And now, if I follow the chain of thought, it's going to bring me to a new explanation for what happened that nobody's considered yet. But this is nonsense. If the man had been making fake coins, my worker here would have found them when he emptied the meter.
True, Lady Altamont. In the absence of some black magic that could make them disappear. I see. That's what we're dealing with, is it? There is one form of black magic that could cause the fake coins to disappear into thin air. Yes.
Exactly. And the meter here gives it away. What on earth? There are remnants of the magical method used visible on the gas meter taken from the victim's room.
If that is your assertion, Counsel, the defense will identify these remnants for the court at once.
It is Ice 3. It's literally his third Yaching.
Where on the meter can remnants of the method used to make the fake coins disappear be seen? There it is, right there. We found this bar of soap at the scene of the crime, just inside the victim's window. Outside? Yes, outside, where you yourself, Mr. Meterman, were loitering in the freezing winter air. That's where we found this soap. Ah, I get it. That's right. The answer, of course, is ice. Oh, okay. I was overthinking it. Yeah, sure. That makes sense.
Did you say ice?
Water's heavy, too. Mr. Shamspeare has been leaving soaps like this outside his window each evening filled with water. After a night outside in the bitter cold, the water is completely frozen solid the next morning.
Then he takes his fake coins of ice and feeds them into the gas meter, giving him light and warmth in spades. As his room becomes very comfortably warm, the ice, now inside the meter's coin box, melts.
Turning back into water and draining harmlessly away through the small hole made in the underside of the meter. That is how, without leaving any evidence of his wrongdoing, this man has been stealing Altamont gas. Okay, and just like that. So simply. Is he trying to make us look like idiots? He's been fooling us all with some bars of soap and some water? That's right, madam. I don't believe it. It can't be true. Do you have any idea how much money we spent to develop that new meter? And now you have the audacity to suggest that a bit of soap and some water can render it totally useless. I'm fairly sure I didn't design it. Evidence. Sorry? I want evidence! If you're going to stand there and tell me our meters are rubbish, I want to see proof. She's very good at enforcing accountability, isn't she? Very well, Lady Altamont. If you want the enlargement, you'll get the enlargement. What? Mr. Naruhodo, are you saying you do actually have evidence to support this theory? I did notice a trace of something that bothered me a little at the time. And I have a feeling that this theory we've come up with now could explain it. The piece of evidence that substantiates the theory about how Mr. Shamspeare has been stealing gas is
Take that!
this photograph. This is a photograph of the scene at the point when the victim was discovered, taken by Inspector Gregson. And it clearly shows the remnants of the crime carried out by Mr. Shamspeare.
What remnants?
Here you can see the gas meter on the wall in Mr. Shamspeare's room. Now look closely at the floorboards directly underneath the meter. What? What is that? Some kind of grubby stain? Almost certainly, it's a water stain, resulting from the liquid that drained out of the hole made in the meter. No bucket.
Yeah,
Straight
like he
onto the
doesn't-
fucking floor.
Like he doesn't like put another bar of soap under it to like min-max it.
Oh man, fuck, dude. He's a fucking idiot. Ah. If one coin gives around 2 hours of gas usage, and the occupant was heating his room in all his waking hours, we can imagine he would have used around 10 of his fake coins each day. The melting ice inside the meter's coin box would have been dripping out almost constantly. Flip. Plop. Leaving a stain on the floor. This is awful. And there's further evidence, too! Mr. Shamspear is slumped over his table, apparently having consumed strychnine. And right there next to him is a bar of soap, broken in half. You're right.
It would appear to me then, Counsel, that the man was eating the soap. Was he?
No.
Pardon me for disagreeing with your lordship, but... certainly not.
He didn't beat around the bush there, did he? In truth, Mr. Shamspear was found with a fork in his hand.
A meal of...
Of soap was sounding exceedingly more likely, Lord Van Zeeks. Do you mean to say he was using that fork to... Yes. To extract a frozen coin from the bar of soap. But the bar broke in half. So perhaps it didn't go very well.
I gotta sneeze.
Good gracious. No, not again! Ah!
Ow.
It's actually like someone sits there hoping it will happen. Like, oh god, it's like a baseball game. Lord Van Zeeks.
I was throwing my hands up in the air, just like I don't care. And happened to catch my hallowed bottle on the way. Pray, forgive my maladroit mistake.
No one's ever said that word before.
You just did.
What is the meaning of this, Counsel?
Allow me to pose my learned friend a question. What exactly did you establish with your most recent cross-examination?
Well, that Mr. William Shamspear is a liar and a thief. In other words, that his testimony is unreliable. Yeah, that's it. That's exactly it.
Very well. Let us assume the man is a liar. Now, allow me to pose another question. What possible difference does that make?
Well,
We know that suicide can be discounted. Scotland Yard's investigation revealed no sign of another vessel that contained poison. And on the night in question, there were no visitors to the room except the accused. The young gasman's testimony, which we have no reason to doubt, has confirmed that. Furthermore, the only possible way the poison could have entered the victim's body is via the tea. The court has seen no evidence whatsoever that suggests otherwise. Even if William Shakespeare is the liar you claim him to be, these facts have been objectively established. There's no escaping it. Therefore, in light of these facts, the prosecution calls for the immediate adjudication.
You... What?!
Order! Order! Well, counsel, how does the defense respond?
Mr. Naruhodo! What was the point of that last cross-examination? Did it actually get us anywhere? Or did it make no difference at all, like Lord Van Zeeks is saying? I'm gonna hit it matters, but let's think here.
Right, like how does all of this prove anything?
So my mind is now I'm jumping to a strange sentiment or a strange thought of the fucking frozen coin was poisoned and he ate it. Shrug.
Yeah, like
because like why would he have like fallen here? Like why is he in the middle of doing something and collapse? Like I get that the idea was that it would be like 30 minutes after the fact, but this is very strange.
yeah, because there's still a lot we don't know. Like who poisoned him, why, and why would like. And like, why is he even like so adamant about blaming Soseki? Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Um.
No, this isn't over. The defense will not rest.
What? But, counsel, you've successfully explained everything. You've identified and substantiated the unscrupulous method employed by Mr. Shakespeare to consume gas. What more is there to discuss?
Lord Van Zeeks just highlighted 3 facts in order to make his point. But contrary to what he would have the court believe, not all of them have been objectively established at all.
What are you trying to say, my Nipponese friend?
At least one of those so-called facts is an assumption, made due to a lack of evidence. The situation has changed now, following the cross-examination of the latest witnesses to take the stand.
Don't be absurd! What is this nonsense?
Yes. When you bring everything we've learned so far together and consider it as a whole, it's clear. There's a question that we now need to reconsider. Namely...
Was someone else responsible? That we can't get to this. Was there another visitor? I think the answer is no. Still, potentially.
no one else
Gasman
came in.
Yeah,
Like,
Gasman, as far as we know, has no reason to lie.
It's definitely not 2 at that point. It's the poison in the tea.
Yeah,
we
was the
don't
poison-
know this.
Yeah, was the poison in the tea?
This
We don't actually know.
has
this.
not been established.
Like
Was
that
the
is
poison.
That is the thing.
There's another liquid at play suddenly. New liquid dropped.
New liquid.
Just won the international. We've all been led to believe that the strychnine poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspear was in the tea brought to him by Mr. Natsume. But that's conjecture at best.
Objection.
The victim has testified that nothing else passed his lips that night. There is no other possibility. And since there was no trace of the tea left at the scene, it couldn't be tested for traces of the poison.
Objection.
As I said, the situation has changed. Because in fact, some of Mr. Natsume's tea was left at the scene.
Was it now?
And a particular piece of evidence proves it.
Objection.
A ludicrous claim. Scotland Yard detectives investigated the scene exhaustively. What evidence are you suggesting they missed?
Am I crazy or is this like mixed up? Because it says there was no traces on.
Natsume's tea. No, he drank. The idea is that he drank
No.
all of his.
Because some of Mr. Natsume's tea was left at the scene. And it's true. It is. We see it on the cup here, actually. But it's weird because it's the cup that Shamspear would have drunk from.
There's no tea ring on the inside of Mr. Natsume's cup. He has the green one. Yes.
Yes. But they are just generally saying there would have been tea in the other cup also. So and we do see that there is tea, some of Mr. Natsume's tea, not the tea in Natsume's cup, just his tea in general.
The defense has made a bold claim indeed.
Is that your proof?
Very well, counsel. Present your proof. What evidence from the scene of the crime can tell us about the nature of the defendant's tea?
Take that.
What exactly is this piece of evidence supposed to reveal about Mr. Natsume's tea, counsel?
The fuck is wrong with this case? Am I stupid? What the fuck is this? What?
Yeah. I'll say I'm actually not quite sure what you were getting at exactly. I'm still not quite grasping what's happening.
Well, clearly I'm not either. Situation has changed because, in fact, some of Mr. Natsume's tea was left at the scene, right? So when I read that, I'm looking at this going, it's the tea that is on the teacup right here, yes? That is what Ryunosuke is referring to, yes? No? Help?
Yeah. Okay. Hold on. Let me look at the photo really quick.
Zoom and enhance.
No. Okay.
It's purple. Okay, let's read this again because this is weird. Okay. Because in fact, some of Mr. Natsume's tea was left at the scene. The ring on the cup. And a particular piece of evidence proves it. Ludicrous claim, Scotland Yard detectives. Investigate the scene exhaustively. What evidence are you suggesting they missed? That's Maple claim. The evidence from the scene of the crime that can tell us about the nature of the defendant's tea. Well, I suspect it may be possibly related to the tea in some small way if we dig deep enough. We'll be digging for a very long time indeed, my learned friend. Oh. Even at the bottom of the deepest chasm, you will find no sense in that absurd assertion. Okay.
Yeah, I'm going with the T ring is not left behind T. Because
it must not be.
yeah, because it's like, it's pretty obvious. They said they couldn't get any shit from it. I guess it doesn't
Like-
count as, like, liquid tea.
And that's fair too.
Yeah.
Because the description here is not pointing out the ring. It's pointing out
Yeah,
that there is no ring in
No
Natsume's cup.
ring. Yeah. So,
But
to me, it's like
also,
we're looking for we're looking for liquid being somewhere, which is why my mind went to the photo.
Yeah. But also, now that I'm looking at these teacups, it is like, okay, so how did Natsume not get poisoned if he drank his tea?
Right. Like, there's not a kettle. We don't have the kettle evidence.
Right,
so
no,
I'm
he
not, like-
brought it in. Like, that's what they said, is he brought it into the room. It's like, I just brought the 2 teacups with me, I think. And he drank his tea. Okay, anyway. I advise you to think more deeply before you answer again this time. I can't back out. We're stuck in here, boys. Huh. Fascinating. Well, let's look at our evidence again.
Yeah, maybe it's the autopsy report.
Examine. Okay, nope. All right, examine. Nope. I fear this. Oh, hey, man.
Oh my god.
No, it's just,
Yeah.
not this
Yes.
time. Not this
Yes.
time, boys.
No, it is this. The thing that was in the bar of soap was not white. It wasn't clear. It wasn't water. It was the fucking tea. Remember, it was gold.
It was red.
Yeah.
It was like a red. That's true. Oh,
the
dear
bar
me,
of soap
my.
did have
I
the
hate
tea.
this bar of soap. I hate you so much.
Take that!
Oh. That's amazing.
The
That's
tea fell to the soap,
amazing.
and the heat went off. It
Okay,
froze.
oh my god. Oh man. Fuck me, dude. I was conditioned. He controls me, Tommy. I was never getting soap for the 4th time in a row.
Shoo.
Why? Oh my god, yes, of course, that makes sense. It would have just melted. I thought it was like a weird plastic mold or something the whole time.
Right.
And then it,
Like,
it just fell out.
yeah, I just thought it fell out too. Like, in my mind, it was like, somebody look on the floor for this. No, it was the, yeah. It
It
just
was the tea. It's somewhere in this room. Quick! Hurry! Good gracious.
the
Yeah,
soap again.
the fucking soap. The soap's gonna be in the next thumbnail.
The soap again. The same bar the victim used to fashion his coins of ice.
Dear God. Yes, that's right, my lord. It's just come back to me. Something about when we first found this bar of soap at the scene yesterday. It's more bars of soap. So, what are the bars of soap doing lined up on a ledge outside the window? I'm quite certain that when we originally stumbled upon the bars of soap, there was actually a frozen coin in each bar.
So you discovered the gas thief's coin factory. Fascinating.
Right. So he put tea in the fucking bar of soap and then shoved it in his cold oven.
Yeah.
His freezer, if you will.
Wait, how come, why is it called an oven if you of in the hot soap
and hot
of
out the
cold
cold. Fascinating. In a way, yes. But there's more, dear God. The coins we found in the soap at the time weren't normal ice.
Yeah, There was something strange about them, you mean?
Exactly. Something very obviously strange. They were red.
The ice was red. No. You mean...
That's right. It's obvious to me now. The fake coins in the soap were made from frozen tea. Absolute clown shit. What? I would remind the court of a statement made by Mr. Natsume earlier in this trial. That evening, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shamspeare's room. As a gift. The public water pump outside always freezes at night. So I bought bottled water, especially to make it. Guy didn't have access to water. Fuck! It's genius. And this is the result. Never will I touch tea again. Never!
Ah, yes. I believe there had been a snowfall that day. It was particularly cold. Sadly, on such occasions, the poorly constructed water mains in the East End are prone to freezing.
So on the night in question, Mr. Shamspeare, having no running water to use, was forced to use the tea brought by Mr. Natsume in order to make his fake coins.
My word!
There were 2 bars of soap on the window ledge when my judicial assistant and I investigated the scene. That's right, and we only borrowed one of them. Which means that even as we speak, some of the defendant's tea is still present at the scene of the crime. Frozen solid in a bar of soap outside Mr. Shamspeare's window.
Extraordinary!
Earlier today, Inspector Gregson informed the court that if even 1 drop of the tea remained, Scotland Yard would be able to analyze it for poison. As such, we are now in a position to prove or disprove what has until now been mere conjecture. By finding out for sure whether or not Mr. Natsume's tea actually contains strychnine at all.
Ugh! You... smug Nipponese!
Smirks. My lord, we cannot do the defendant the injustice of passing judgment now. The police should be dispatched to recover the remaining bar of soap from the scene at once. And the defense requests a thorough analysis of the frozen tea embedded in it to determine whether or not it contains any poison.
Bailiff! Bailiff!
Yes, my lord.
Instruct the police to attend the scene at once.
Yes, my lord. Understood. Finally.
It would seem we have no choice but to suspend these proceedings for the time being. I trust you have no objection, Lord Van Zeeks.
None, my lord.
Scotland Yard will recover the tea from the scene and carry out the requisite tests immediately. The trial will resume at the same hour tomorrow. The prosecution and the defense may conduct further investigations as appropriate in the interim.
Yes, my lord. Well? We managed to scrape through there somehow.
Thank you, councils. Court is adjourned until tomorrow.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Part 3 of it is an investigation, this is not our second investigation part. My desk!
He's kicked us out.
Who took all my shit? 22nd February, 1:11 p.m. Naruhodo's legal consultancy. Whew. We made it back in one piece. Just. To be perfectly honest, I thought we were finished there for a while. We're gonna take a break in a second. Oh, I know. But a lot of close shaves. There are so many carriages on the streets of London. You were very nearly flattened several times. Oh, no, I didn't mean that. Yes, I know. It was a marvelous defense, Naruhodo-san. It really was. I was in awe of you. Oh. Thank you. And now that your fervent exploits have won us some more precious investigation time, let's see if we can't find some new clues for court tomorrow. Yes, let's do that. Where's my desk? Is everything all right? I suppose. I still can't quite believe it, that's all. I'm here in England, working as a lawyer, I mean. In the Old Bailey, no less. The truth is, it shouldn't be me, should it? It should be him standing in my shoes. It should be Kazuma. It was Kazuma-sama's wish that you follow him to Great Britain and work alongside him. Yes. I mean, I never had the chance to ask him exactly why, but he clearly had a plan. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for him. You're doing wonderfully, Naruhodo-san. Come, take an onion to celebrate. That's what they're there for. I've no doubt that Kazuma-sama would say exactly the same if he were here with us. Thank you, Susato-san. Bites into the onion. Thank you. Alright, break time. Here, here, you all want this so you can read it while I'm gone? There you go.
Is the pennies?
Yeah, you can read about it. Alright, be right back.
Yo. I returned. Oh no! This is too bright. Google before blackout mode existed. See, I'm just looking at the source stream from Discord, so I don't got the penny sheet in front of me. Spared.
Alright. You all study this? You're gonna need when I ask questions later, you have to get it right. I won't know it, but you have to get it right so I don't get confused.
Right.
Oh, okay. So my poor cat, Pearl. My lovely Siamese cat, Pearl. Fat as can be. She's been sick today. Last couple of days, she's just been throwing up and shitting a lot. You wouldn't know it, though. She's just running around. She feels great, apparently. But we're gonna not feed her for, like, a night. To be like, all right, let her clear everything out, and then we'll feed her again, right? But she's acting so normal. She's really confused. She's like, I feel fine. What's wrong? Because all this cat does is eat and throw up. It's weird. She loves eating and throwing up and then being like, man, am I hungry again? And it doesn't help
Just
that
like a Roman emperor.
Yeah. And like it doesn't help that she's like conditioned that when I walk out of my room, it's probably at an interval at which she's going to get fed. So anytime I leave my room, she's just like, oh, dinner time, right? I can leave my room once every hour in the middle of the night, and she'll still be like, ooh. I guess I have to eat right now. Even if she just ate a whole day's worth of food, she'd still be like, I guess I just have to. You've left me no choice. So she's kind of going crazy outside right now, outside my room right now, because she's hungry. But she'll be okay. I'm not in the business of starving my cat, but she's got some reserves. I think she'll be all right. Whoa.
What?
Did we ever have a moment in the last game where we could just present evidence to Susato?
Maybe.
I don't think so. Huh. Because I was thinking, like, that's what you do. You show Maya funny things. Whoa. Okay. Well, first things first. Perhaps we should put this spade away somewhere. That's not a spade, Naruhodo-san. It's a shovel. No. Shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. No, spades are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a shovel. Well, it doesn't really matter, does it? You're right, Naruhodo-san. We mustn't quarrel over such trifles. On reflection, then, I think I'll leave this spade where it is. Yes, I think that's for the best. We may need a shovel when we're working in the garden. Wait, this was a gameplay consideration. They've removed things so I can't click on them again. Please, please, please.
The aquarium's empty.
We haven't moved in yet. That's what this is. We don't live here yet.
Oh.
There's nothing in here because we don't have anything
right
to put in here quite yet. That's why I'm confused. Yes. Because the only other we never saw this room like this one time, I think. Maybe not even. We were just told we could move in, and the next thing we knew, we just had an office. Huh. I heard that there's another room behind that door. Yes, it's my bedroom, Naruhodo-san, as you well know. Shall I help you unpack your things? That's very kind, but no thank you. Your luggage looked very heavy. Are you sure I can't help you move it? That's very kind, but really no thank you. A young maiden's private chamber is a place of bittersweet secrets, you know. The only secret I have is the 5-yen banknote hidden in the backside of my Daruma doll. Write that down.
Hell yeah.
These tanks are for keeping sea creatures. They're called aquariums, And they were all the rage in London at one time, apparently. Yes, the English are so clever, coming up with the idea of having ocean life on display in the home. And it means you always have an emergency midnight feast on hand, too. I'm not sure that's really the idea, you fucking savage. The number of items to click on has been reduced, and we still cannot examine the onions. You've been wearing that ever since we arrived in Great Britain, haven't you? Well, it's what shows that I'm a lawyer, so it seems appropriate. I'm not sure that it really means much in this country, though, I'm afraid. I wouldn't say that. It might not be official, but it looks official. It's true. Often when police stop me, I just show them this and they leave me alone. You're stopped by the police? Often? Well, you know, I'm a suspicious foreigner dressed in all black with a sword at my side. I do think it's probably the sword that's the main reason. Still, it makes me happy to see you wearing it. And the armband. Yes, I made up my mind that I'll carry them always. The symbol of who I am and the sword. Karuma. Susato-san, what do you make of this? Well, I apparently can make coins from it. Ah, yes, the soap we found on the ledge outside Mr. Shamspear's locked-up window. Since we discovered him poisoned, I've been scared to wash my hands. I keep thinking the foul soap is going to be the end of me. Well, the soap's bad name was cleared in the end, wasn't it? I suppose so. But I'm still worried about it. I think it would be safer just to never wash my hands again. He is a savage. I think you haven't thought this through. You will wash your hands, Naruhodo-san. You will. You can't make me. Susato-san, what do you make of this? Oh, dear, what indeed? Let me see. If you don't know, really, it's fine to say so. I won't hold it against you. Today's trial. It was quite a shock earlier today, wasn't it? When the victim himself turned up in court and took the stand. I know. Not only that, but then finding out that he actually is a barefaced gas thief as well. Yes, that was certainly a surprise to us all. For a while, it seemed as though everyone had quite forgotten about Soseki-san poisoning the tea. And careful of your phrasing, Susato-san. He didn't poison anything. And there's more to this Mr. Shamspear than we yet know. I'm sure of it. Mr. Shamspear certainly wasn't the noble, upstanding man everyone thought he was at first. What's become of him, actually? I was told that he'd be returning to the hospital ward where he was receiving treatment. Oh. Which one is that? Let me see. Yes, he's at St. Bartholomew's. Or Bart's, as Londoners call it. You know that place, don't we? Yes, we visited Miss Green there yesterday. It's the same hospital to which she was taken. Oh, yes. After Soseki-san stabbed her in the back. Do be careful with your phrasing, Naruhodo-san. He didn't stab anyone. Perhaps we both owe Soseki-san an apology.
Yeah, that's pretty funny.
St. Bartholomew's. Yeah. We should probably visit the hospital later. What's next? So we know that Soseki-san took the tea to the victim on the night in question. But as he isn't the culprit, then obviously... yes, the poison surely wasn't in the tea. But if that's the case, how on earth did the poison get into Shamspear's body? I'm sure we'll find a clue at the scene. There must be something in Shamspear's room that will help solve the mystery. Well, naturally, Scotland Yard detectives have been over the place already. But it couldn't hurt for us to have another look around, I think. Definitely. And I'm desperate to know the outcome of the investigation into the tea left in the bar of soap. Well, if we run into Inspector Gregson, we could ask him about that. Kazuma's wishes. Kazuma Asogi. Best friend I ever had. And a lawyer with such promise. He really saved my bacon in that horrible incident just before we left Japan. The gay song's playing.
Dude.
I can still picture him now. Looking so fierce and determined in court. And then after the trial, that crazy idea he came up with. Got Cosmo's on screen. I suddenly do a higher pitched voice for Ryunosuke. As a stowaway? Yes. You can fit inside my trunk if you curl up small enough, I'm sure. No one will know. Oh god, he's so fucking close. Kazuma, won't you tell me why? Why go to these lengths so that I can accompany you to Great Britain? Well, it's been on my mind ever since we got through that trial. That you really ought to go into law. Be a defense lawyer. You've got a natural talent for it. Believe me. I guarantee it. But I've never even thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, I can't force you, obviously. You'll have to decide for yourself. But anyway, London is the cultural capital of the world. The city at the forefront of everything. It can't hurt for you to see it with your own eyes. No, that's true. I suppose, though, if you were to become a lawyer, then one day... One day what? Oh. No. Never mind. Hmm? Do the lean back pose from the side.
Please.
Come on, you sexy ghost, do it. Naruhodo-san? This game would be fucking incredible if at some point here there's like foreshadowing to the spirit medium stuff that the Fays do. Yeah. And because they can get away with that, right? Like that is part of the DNA of the series. The supernatural, in fact, I think it's present in every game. I don't know about 5. I don't know anything about 5, but like, pretty sure 6 has some supernatural. Well, Maya's in it. Yeah. But like the place they go in 6 is very spiritual looking. Like I said, the Fu Xuan, a fucking Fu Xuan and Star Rail, I'm pretty sure is designed after your assistant from that game. Phoenix's assistant, at least. Mm-hmm. That isn't Maya. Unless she's the prosecutor, but I think the white hair guy's the prosecutor. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, this leaves Great Ace Attorney 1 as being really the only one that didn't have anything like that.
Yeah.
Like, the ghost of Cosima did not show up and tell us to win at the end of the game.
Yeah,
right?
and like, and Investigations doesn't have anything, but that's okay. Like,
yeah.
Little Thief was there.
Yeah,
Little Thief was a fucking superpower. You know what? I'm sorry. There was supernatural components at play. Lest we forget, of course, Tommy.
The teachings of
no. That close. No. I speak, of course, of the extraterritorial rights.
I mean, like, K's a ninja. That's basically.
Yeah, like, close enough, right?
Yeah.
But yeah,
Oh,
I would like to see that in this game. I
Yeah.
truly would.
Yeah, I mean, they opted for Cat Doromatic.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
The shit Iris does.
Apollo's weird bracelet was supernatural, right?
Yeah. That was supernatural.
I can see things. Uh-huh. Can you now?
Yeah, no, like that was supernatural.
That magicians. Even if
Yeah.
not that, magicians.
No, it was the real magic piercing the veil.
Naruhodo-san. Oh, sorry. I was just thinking about Kazuma. Yeah, I can see that. You're completely erect and drooling. Yes. He's forever in my thoughts, too. I can see that. You're erect and drooling. To change the Japanese judicial system for the better. I hate this word. Judicial. It feels like I'm just slurring the whole thing. Japanese judicial system for the better. That was his dream.
Judy kill, like yeah, like
Judicial.
Judikiel. It probably
Judical.
was Judikiel at some point. Like I'd believe that if that's
Dick.
like the Germanic pronunciation or some shit.
Yeah.
Right?
And that's why he so
Judicial.
desperately wanted to come to Great Britain to study, of course. Yes, that's right. But... Yes? I do wonder if his true intentions lay elsewhere sometimes. I don't know. The thought just takes hold of me every now and then, that's all. Cosmo's true intention.
Which Fire Emblem has the incest thing? I mean, all of them, but like.
No, not all of them.
It's like 4
4.
or something. Yeah.
It's 4, and by extension 5.
Yeah, maybe,
But I
this is
believe
what-
but 4's the one where you can marry, you can have incest relationships, I think.
Maybe this was Phoenix's angle in Apollo Justice. He's like, I need to cultivate the magical bloodline, so I'm not gonna tell Apollo and
Hey!
Lucy that they're siblings.
Hey, like... fuck it.
I guess.
Fuck it. Cosmo's true intentions. Naruhodo-san. What do you mean by Kazuma's true intentions, Mr. Nick? Oh!
Oh my god!
Finally! Fucking finally! First-person action game. Fucking what's that Ghost Runner? Fucking
Yes,
wall running
yeah.
katana game. Fuck yeah. I mean this. His katana. I never expected to inherit his sword. This sword after Kazuma passed away, of course. No, I know. It was because I asked you to take it. When I have it at my side in court, I feel as though it gives me courage. Come on, magic weapon, magic weapon. Yes. Actually, the night before he died, he told me a little about the sword. Rubs hands together. Come on. Come on. Karuma.
Just keeps going.
That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asogi clan. The Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. His soul's in the blade!
Oh my god.
Dude, it's coming!
Blade.
Karuma guides me. I truly believe that. Can I hold it? Very well. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two. Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. Something you have to do. Yes. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down.
Cosma.
I have to go die to a Russian woman now. Hmm. What did he mean by something very important that I have to do? I had hoped that that answer to that question would become apparent when we arrived here, but as yet, I've not found a single clue. Just read his diary. I see. The Sholmes is sweet. Oh, Runo and Susie! Hooray! You're back! Hello, Iris. You're in fine spirits as always, I see. I am. And you look as immaculately presented as ever, Susie. She hasn't seen her in the male clothes. So. Oh, you flatter me. Well, you couldn't have had come at a better time. I've just made a pot of tea. I'll set some cups.
Susato, I need you to dress up like Cosma.
Please.
Please.
Really? Thanks, Iris. But actually, what is that foul smell? I shitted the floor, my dear fellow.
The Wanderers returned at last. Where on earth have the pair of you been?
Working. We've been in court. I'm grabbing a cough drop.
Oh, for Mr. Mustache's case? That was today, was it?
I'm sure I mentioned it only yesterday, Mr. Sholmes.
I'm sure you think you did. Well, we can laugh about it now. So tell me, how did the trial go?
Reasonably well so far. We've managed to escape without a guilty verdict, at least.
Really? I would have liked to see it. And I must pass the time of day with Mr. Reaper again. It's been too long.
Is Lord Van Zeek's an acquaintance, Mr. Sholmes?
Naturally. There's not a person in the world who doesn't know my name, Mr. Naruhodo.
Not quite what I asked, but hey, still. Mr. Sholmes, whatever is that odor? Yes, what is it? It's faint, but absolutely awful.
Ah, indeed. That's the scent of victory, my dear fellows. Victory in science.
Good smell.
Mmm. Oh dear. Alright, I'll buy it. What's he up to now? Lord Van Zeeks.
Lord Barock Van Zeeks. Yes. It's an interesting
Good luck. I have no idea what that fucking word is.
sobriquet. Sobriquet? Yeah. It's an interesting sobriquet he is, isn't he? The Reaper of the Bailey.
An interesting sobriquet he has, isn't it? I'm gonna guess it's sobriquet.
Yeah, sobriquet, yeah.
That he has, isn't he? The Reaper of the Bailey. I guess that's just like his aura, demeanor,
Yeah, it's like, yeah.
presentation.
Once the legendary prosecutor has fought for someone's conviction, that person is doomed. Even if he or she is found not guilty by the courts, sooner or later, the hapless soul will vanish from the capital.
But vanish how exactly?
By falling under a passing carriage,
or drowning in the Thames, or succumbing to a sudden fever, or, quite out of the blue, being set upon by a highwayman. There are numerous routes to one's final terminus, my dear fellow.
Oh, Sobriquet is his nickname or
Nickname.
epithet.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, that's cool.
Okay, yeah.
Numerous routes to one's final terminus, my dear fellow. Yeah. It all seems a little far-fetched, really.
Well, on the bright side, Mr. Mustache is
Mr.
fighting.
Brightside, sorry.
Yeah, I thought too. I went through my head too. Mr. Mustache is fighting fit for the time being.
Just fine. He's doing
Yeah,
just
please.
fine.
He's doing just fine. And he's calling an omnibus.
And he was catching the crabs. Oh man.
Wonderful. And then Sholmes is like gets the violin and says, "Anyway, here's Wonderwall."
Yeah. They're British. Oasis, I think.
Sure.
I think that's a London band. That's not overly reassuring. If the rumors are true, though, the obvious conclusion would surely be that those acquitted are, well, by Lord Van Zeek's own hand.
As it happens, Mr. Sato, that is quite impossible.
Oh? Why?
Naturally, the man very quickly came under such suspicion. However, whenever these incidents occurred, the Reaper always had a cast iron alibi.
Really?
And so his reign continued. But 5 years ago, he vanished from the courts, never to appear as a prosecutor again. That is, until you arrived in the country, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, so I've heard. In fact, it was the very day I arrived when I was thrust into that trial at the Old Bailey. So yeah, this is pretty weird now that they're mentioning this again.
Yeah.
How would he have known, like, 30 minutes? Presumably, the prosecution was already set to go for the McGilda case, right? 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Ryunosuke here is assigned 30 minutes before the trial starts to be the defense lawyer.
Yes.
Ridiculous.
Huh.
A bitter fight to the death coincided with the Reaper's resurrection. It really did end bitterly indeed.
And here you are, facing Mr. Reaper again.
Is that the Grim Reaper? Poor Runo. I don't know if you're just incredibly unlucky. Or incredibly unlikable. I think it goes deeper than just me. I sense a general loathing of all Japanese people. Japanese people. With Mr. Natsume, who I'm currently defending, being Japanese as well as Miss Susato and myself, I felt it even more keenly in court today. For some reason, Lord Van Zeek seems to have an inherent disdain of the Japanese.
Indeed. It is an interesting observation.
Do you know something about it? Do you, Mr. Sholmes?
It was about 10 years ago that Barak Van Zeeks chose to enter the legal profession. However,
Oh my god.
Before that time,
Oh my god. Okay.
the young man's closest companion
Okay.
hailed from the Empire of Japan.
So this is strange from a chronological standpoint. As at the end of the last game, we were like, Zeke's was like, "I'll tell you one day,"
Yeah, yeah.
and we're like, what could it have been? Yet we would have had this information, but I guess
Yeah,
Sholmes wiped it from our mind. So
Right.
I thought it was about to say that he went to Japan, which would have been crazy. Hailed from his best friend, hailed from the Empire of Japan. All right. No. What the? Tell us more, Mr. Sholmes. What happened?
No, I don't think I will. I believe I've made it clear before. I'm unable to tell you anything about the affair.
Oh, but NDAs were just invented, and God, they're miserable.
The veil will be lifted on the events of the past in due course. I have no doubt. For now, however, it is Mr. Mustache who is most deserving of your attention, I believe. Uh-oh.
Stinky! What is that indescribably foul smell?
Well, most probably this, I would say.
What is that?
My dear fellow, it is, of course, my latest invention. A chemical test that can identify whether or not a tea is genuine at the drop of some tea.
Oh, my.
There are some unscrupulous sorts manning the stalls along some of London's less frequented streets. They regularly sell what purports as to be high-quality tea, but is in fact merely dyed leaves of drab flavor.
Well, that's certainly unsavory behavior. Literally.
So, when one is presented with what appears to be black tea, one must be careful. Iris?
At the ready, Early.
Let us add a drop of my chemical to this cup of tea here. Do you see what happens?
Ew. It turned completely black. And what a foul odor it's giving off.
Indeed. The blacker the tea becomes, and the more foul the odor, the better the tea is.
Ingenious.
Yeah, he's ruining good tea. That's pretty funny. It would appear that this cup was a perfectly fine Dejarling.
Particularly fine Darjeeling. That's very ingenious. But what do you do with the black liquid now?
Why, dispose of it, naturally. Surely you wouldn't like to drink it. Would you?
There does seem to be a rather obvious problem with your new invention, Mr. Sholmes.
Hence why this chemical test is merely a test, my dear madame.
Right.
The point is, we are entering a new era of science. In the world of criminal investigation, also.
Yes. Forensic science. Oh, these are such exciting times.
I regularly engage in this scientific experimentation alongside my unofficial consulting detective work.
The Herlock-Sholmes method will be the foundation upon which modern investigation technique is based.
Beast, I tell you.
This little T
And quite assure it, in fact.
This little T indicant was a happy byproduct of my ongoing forensic science research.
Forensic science? Sounds like magic. I suppose I should find out more about that. Forensic science. So, your T-test, is that an example of forensic science?
Indeed it is! An essential tool in cases that hinge on the knowledge of whether some tea is of high or inferior quality.
Not a huge number of cases, then. Fuck you, right? God damn
Right.
it. I know whose memories these are.
Yeah, I know.
I know where this came from. Stop skipping my dialogue, Alex. That's it. I'm choking you through the screen. Get over here. Ah! Ah!
Perhaps a more practical example is required. Fingerprints? Not yet accepted in our courts as evidence, I might add. Really, we are dragging our heels there.
Most damning evidence ever found,
Yeah,
ever discovered.
God gave us that one.
You gotta sit, like, God's a cop. We talked about this.
Yeah.
I don't remember what fucking playthrough it was. It was like, God's a fucking cop. I think it was a Phoenix Wright game.
Sounds right.
I think there's an episode. It's one of the Rise from the Ashes episodes, because there's the blowing that you do. That
Right.
totally worked with the microphone plugged in.
Yeah.
It worked on the DS. That's for sure. Yeah, I think one of those is God's a cop, because he gave us fingerprints. New reason dropped for Nocturne. God's a cop. Gotta fix this shit. Anyway, I haven't even heard of them until recently. Fingerprints, that is.
Wait, I not understand the concept of, like, unique fingerprints. However, you literally can see them on your hands, buddy.
Yeah.
Which is partially why I undertake research in this field, myself. Of course.
Does that mean you're studying fingerprints, Mr. Sholmes?
There are others in that field already, and I honor the company of inferior minds. No, what I am researching is...
Foreskin prints.
Skin prints. Yeah, foreskin prints. The traces left on one's penis.
Not that... When did circumcisions come into, like... Obviously, it's a long-standing Jewish tradition, right?
Yeah, it's a long-standing Jewish tradition, right?
Yeah.
Into early 1900s, Kellogg's. Guy who made cornflakes, being like, this will stop men from masturbating.
It didn't.
It didn't, Teeth.
It just made us mad.
You know, like
It turned people into fucking lunatics.
Yeah, no, like he
I
also
believe
wants
it's the
to, like,
root of all mental problems for men.
Yeah, probably.
Never met someone with a foreskin that's got mental issues, I'll be honest.
Fuck. True.
All my circumcised friends, lunatics. Crazy.
No, like look at the other boys in the call right now. One of them's not circumcised, then he's the one that's like not crazy.
he's the one that's not crazy. Oh man. Anyway, the foreskin prints.
A nomenclature of my own design, as is this chemical agent that makes it possible. It instantly reveals objects touched by whichever person is under investigation.
Okay.
What the fuck? What?
Okay. How?
What?
It's just backwards. He's just
Alex the Magic showed up.
Yeah, no, hold on. He's just wait. This is literally just how fingerprints work. He's just wording it differently.
Okay, see.
Okay, yeah. No, it's like they're gonna fucking highlight like it's Batman vision or something.
Yeah.
You sprinkle it on the guy, and then suddenly everything the guy's ever touched glows.
Right, which, like, how is that possible? What the fuck are you saying?
Brilliant, Mr. Sholmes. You've done it again.
That's just a potion.
As long as it doesn't turn everything completely odorous and black. It turns everything odorous and black.
I assure you, my dear fellows, you will witness my forensic talents in action very soon indeed.
I fear it. Well, I think we should get back to the scene and see if we can uncover any new clues. That's the spirit, Bruno. See you later. Yes.
Yes. Till later.
No, Mr. Sholmes. We were thinking you'd come with us.
Fuck. You were?
Yes, of course. You said just so a moment ago. You said we'd witness your forensic talents in action.
Yes. I do recall saying something along those lines. But you go on ahead. I shall be sure to follow you later. In all likelihood. Probably. Maybe. Well... I might.
Your commitment astounds me. Oh, thank you, Mr. Sholmes. We'll eagerly await your arrival. Bye-bye, Bruno. Bye-bye, Susie. Move. What is this, an open world game? Fuck off.
Oh my god, on the screen.
Yeah, oh, dude, the rat's still here. Fuck yeah.
Like, this still somehow turns into global conspiracy. Because this is the case that's important.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah. No, this shit's gonna get wild here real fast.
Like, someone tried to fucking kill this nobody. And it's a global conspiracy somehow.
What do you suppose is happening? It sounds like some sort of disturbance. Yes, I hear angry voices.
Be not angry, O ample lady. Verily, thou art mistaken. Mistaken my foot. You were looking at my painting. The eye of man hath not heard. The ear of man hath not seen. 'Twas foul indeed. The poison that mustached villain gaveth me. Forgive me, lady. I wish that you died from that poison. God mercy, ample lady. But thou seest, I have vigor still. Behold, my Shakespeare dance. He's hitting the gritty.
Close. Like it's close. This looks rather ominous, doesn't it? Scuttles up to you.
Ah, lo, 'tis the lawyer from the land with whence riseth the sun. How now?
Brown cow. What are you doing here, Mr. Shamspear?
Mary, I do believe I am returned onto another ward. He was looking. That's what he was doing. Looking at my terrible work.
It's gonna be so good.
Eastern fellow, so dark clad.
You clad, oh, that's neat. Never seen that.
Faith, thy work in court this morning was wonderful. I do applaud thee.
I mean, it's crazy. Like you all get to see something so special for me. I've never actually looked at the English language ever before these streams. Like, I'm so glad you're all on this journey with me. It's very, very special. Oh, well, thank you. I'm sure it didn't pick up, but he said it, everyone. You all heard it.
That doesn't mean things will go so wonderfully for you tomorrow, does it?
Hmm? How strong are you? That's impressive. That's not easy to do.
Anon!
Anon? Who's anonymous here? You all know my fucking name.
Excellent.
God, can someone just kill him? Jesus Christ! Mr. Shamspear might technically be the victim in this case, but there's definitely a lot more to it than that. It's very hard to pin the man down.
I'm so sorry. I'm such an awful person.
Yeah, it's true. Ah, Miss Green, is everything alright?
Oh, yes. I mean, don't worry about me.
Okay, so, alright. I'm gonna make a brash assumption here. She's got the fucking key to these locks or some shit, right? Like, she's holding a fucking key. And it is so notably that she is just, favoring it, right? Just grabbing right onto it. What the fuck is this gonna be?
They're about to discharge me, so I must get ready to leave now.
Oh, I see. We're delighted that you'll soon be well enough to go home, Miss Green.
Oh dear, you're too kind. I don't deserve it.
You're right. You don't. Anyway, we're here for the rat.
Always here for the rat.
I'm gonna try and look at the painting. Damn it.
I think that the figure, it reminds me of that like fucking like that old fertility statue thing.
The oldest piece of art in history.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, like,
You know what I'm
I
talking about.
fucking, first thing in humanities class, it was like, alright, history of art. First things first, everyone, check this shit out. BBW, and you're like, whoa. the fertility idol, yeah. That's right, that's what she is right here.
Mm-hmm.
So, are you feeling more like yourself today, Miss Green?
I am. Thank you. I mean, people do recover from ordeals like this, don't they? Even people like me.
Well, yes, it really was an ordeal, wasn't it? Our art peaked then and there. Yeah, it's like a band's first album. There's just something about it. There's something raw, untainted.
As far as I was concerned, I was just walking along in the snow one evening, minding my own business. And then, completely out of the blue, I was struck in the back by a knife and collapsed unconscious for days. Of course, when I finally woke up again yesterday, the whole business had been cleared up already.
Sorry, gears are turning. What a horrible week it must have been for you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say this as vague as possible.
Yeah.
As I do not want to spoil anything about this game. You remember the first case of, you'll know exactly what I'm saying, of Danganronpa V3?
Yeah, of course.
You remember what that entire case was contingent on as to how the murder took place?
Yeah. Yeah, I see what you're getting at.
Yeah.
Okay, that's an interesting thought.
Yeah. Suddenly I'm sitting here like, it might be a little something like that.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Especially if like these two are somehow related in some way, and they were both had attempts made against their life within a couple of days at like the same place.
Dude, we know the fucking window has a hole in it now.
Yeah.
Oh.
Speedy Acorn.
Sus.
I highly recommend the Danganronpa series.
If you're watching this, you can like Danganronpa. Like it, there's no discussion to be had.
They're my favorite games.
They're fucking awesome.
They're fucking amazing.
Like if you can't stomach, I can understand if someone like can't stomach the like, grossly satirical, veneer of the game.
Mm-hmm.
Because it is
Oh no,
is the most hyperbolic shit at on the surface level the whole time through. But it's like it doesn't matter. Like once you are fucking in there, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It is all just in service of the absurdity and cases and stuff.
Anyway. Oh no, I'm sure I'm very lucky, really. I'll look back on this fondly.
Really. Like, if nothing else, Danganronpa is just a good fucking ride. Not perfect, but it's fucking fun.
Anyway, I must be getting my things together now, so I'm ready to be discharged.
We'll probably play Danganronpa 1 and 2 at some point on this channel. Maybe
Yeah, I
not.
think that's
Maybe not V3. But I never actually played 1 or 2, unfortunately. And it would still be fun to play, even if obviously I know all the main twists and turns at this point from unfortunately seeing stuff about them and talking to you about it. Sorry to take up your oh yes, of course. Sorry to take up your time and talking over you when you're obviously busy. Okay, bye. Can I have the rat? You already have one. Yeah, I do. Mr. Natsume's lodgings, ground floor. Hello. Oh, hello again, Inspector Gregson. What are you doing here? Well, we were hoping to have another look around, actually. The lawyer representing the defendant has a right to examine the scene, as I'm sure you're aware. Yeah, I know the score. Oh, yes, one other thing. The soap on the ledge outside the window. Did you find it? With the tea in it? Yeah, we found it all right. And there was a small amount of tea in it, as he said. I knew it! It's within the identification section of the yard, at the yard now. They're looking into it. The results should be available later today. It's wonderful news. Thank you. Pretty impressive performance in court this morning. Sorry? Nothing. Just make sure you don't disturb anything in here. Well, something already has, because the fucking padlock's different on the thing. Ah!
Oh my god.
If you ran out of change, you wouldn't even have any light. Let alone heat. No. We have the old one, not this one, in our pocket. So
yes,
this might actually be what the lock looks like now.
Yeah, they changed the meter. He had the old one.
Then again, we can always zoom in and it's a different fucking lock. If you ran out of change, you wouldn't even have any light, let alone heat. For the needy, London's winters can be very harsh. That's true. But if you think about it, even the wealthy would find themselves freezing if they ran out of small change. London's winters can be very harsh for the forgetful too then. Frankly, I'm starting to wonder if Susato-san and I are going to make it to spring. That's true. We don't even have a meter at Baker Street, let alone a gas stove. Look how dark the stain on the floor is underneath the meter there. Yes, from all the water dripping out after the ice coins melted, as you established in court this morning. It's a very large and obvious stain, isn't it? Mr. Shamspeare must have used an awful lot of ice coins, I suppose. It was an ingenious idea, I'll give him that.
You
Nothing.
think he could have put a bucket down? Like something.
The sun never shines in this room, thanks to that depressing bricked-up window. Yet with enough determination, you can always remove the bricks to set some soap outside, can't you? That sounds like a very wise life lesson, Miss Susato. Only if you plan to follow a life of crime, Mr. Naruhodo. My only crime is being too fucking nice with it. Ah, the ill-fated teacups from which the two men drank on the ill-fated night. During their heated literary debate, yes. Who's the stronger, Romeo or Juliet? It sounds like it was quite a discussion. Now I think of it, I'm sure that the two lovers in the play ended their lives with poison.
Not true.
Spoilers. That's fiction, Miss Susato. Let's hope it stays that way.
You know what? No, actually, that is true. No, Romeo does drink poison, and then Juliet drinks the same poison. That's right. He doesn't stab himself. That's right.
Alright. Heaven or hell? Hell or hell? Heaven or heaven?
Let's do Gregson first, because Sholmes is going to lead into a summation examination.
No! I have brought all of the jurors from the case with me today. To join us in the first ever Sholmes' great shit-ass deduction spectacular forma day shitmation shit examination. Fuck you, right? Are you looking for new clues, Inspector? What the fuck did you just say? On Lord Van Zeek's orders, yeah. Don't come back till you've got something for me, he says. Oh dear. Poor you. Yeah, poor me. Because we've already searched every bleeding nook and cranny of this place. I don't know what he expects, to be honest. Thank goodness for warm chips is all I can say. Well, at least he's honest. Goodbye. Mr. Sholmes! What are you up to over there? Come on, be wearing the crown, bitch.
What a question indeed! Was it not your good self who asked me to attend the scene?
Oi! What are you doing here, Sholmes?
What are you up to over there?
Get on
What
the
are
ceiling.
you doing here? Huh? Yeah,
Get on the ceiling, Sholmes.
Dear me! Once a great detective, one is always under scrutiny, it seems.
Is now the time, Mr. Sholmes? Are you about to show us your forensics talents in action as you promised?
With the greatest of pleasure, my dear madam.
What's all this? Foreskin spotted.
All this is precisely what you requested, Mr. Naruhodo.
Hell yeah, finally.
Die!
Yes!
Herlock Sholmes is sensational. Skin remover. Skin print seeker gun. Moments ago,
I took a sample from the teacup that was used by the victim.
You swabbed it? Sample from Mr. Shamspear's cup.
Each individual leaves microscopic secretions on everything he or she touches. A sample of those secretions is all I need to produce this. A refined indicator solution. By liberally spraying the room with this chemical, everything the victim touched is instantly revealed with the aid of these goggles.
The whole room's just gonna turn pink.
Oh shit, he lives here. Here, try them on.
Uh-oh. Nightmare vision goggles. Oh, that's way more pleasing than Emma's
Red Dead.
the retina destroyers. Oops, all red light. Oh!
There. Now spray the chemical indicator about and all will be revealed.
Spit your shit. Spray? How do I do that exactly?
To whatever forensic investigators believe in. Pick a spot and spray.
Pick a spot and spray. Tommy got the Fire Emblem jokes. that man. So Frederick's fucking thing was like, I beat that game, right? And then I see this line everywhere. It was like the biggest takeaway from the game, apart from Crom like potentially stealing the girl you're interested in, or taking you for himself, of course. Which is funny because that happened to me, and because I picked a female character, so I'm like, oh, she looks cool. I like how she looked, and I usually don't play female avatars and stuff, so it was just on a whim. I played female Robin in Awakening, and I didn't know like the systems of the game. I hadn't played a Fire Emblem in years at that point. Not that any had come out in a while. It would have been like 8 was the last one I could feasibly have gotten my hands on, because Path of Radiance and Radiant Dawn were $1 trillion and on the Wii and a GameCube. But anyway, so you get to chapter 13 and suddenly Crom's like, ask the Avatar to marry him, and I'm just like, oh, okay, cool. Yeah, this makes sense. We're like the leaders of this shit. Fuck yeah, Crom's cool, whatever. And then come to find out, it was like, oh, Crom takes what he wants, I see. But anyway, like, I never used Frederick, because he was the pre-promote.
Right.
So what I'm saying here is, if you know that quote, you're a bitch sucker who doesn't know how to play Fire Emblem and needs a fucking crutch. Fuck you.
I thought Picking God and Pray was what Ike said at the end of his game.
He says, then we'll fight. Make peace with whatever gods pray to.
Okay,
your end is here.
Got it.
Or your end is near.
Yeah, whatever gods pray to. Right, okay.
Yeah, make peace with whatever gods pray to is one of the hardest lines ever. Anyway, a little press of the space on the area you're interested in is all that's required. Like this. What is that stuff? It's like fog.
A suspension of the chemical indicator is a pressurized gas. It's the most efficient way.
In a pressurized gas. Oh, yeah. A suspension of the chemical indicator in a pressurized gas.
It's the most efficient way to cover a large area. That was another invention I discovered incidentally whilst I was developing this idea.
As you do.
Go ahead! Try it, my dear fellow. We may learn something interesting about the victim's movements on the night in question.
Right, so first things first. I'm going straight for Soseki's teacup. Holy shit, this thing's got good range.
Yeah, we got hat, crown, teacup.
Not envelope.
Interesting. Brick wall and
Yeah, let's get brick
the
wall.
actual the meter.
Yep, getting there.
Well, he touched everything. He fucking lives here. Yeah, like.
This input delay is crazy. Can we like double down on anything, or is it just general?
I suppose there might be. I suppose the thing here might just be the fact that he touched Soseki's teacup.
That was yeah. That's where I was going.
Everything
with
else,
this.
like yeah, he fucking lives here, right? Like.
Yeah. How do we back out? We have to do something specific.
You hit B, look around. Is that?
Be it that's just gonna move me to the other
That's
side.
just moving you. Okay, okay. Well,
Well, I get,
pick a spawn spray. Yeah.
time to get real fucking precise. Maybe we gotta like.
Oh my god. That's scary.
What the fuck?
It's gonna be like a safe in the wall or something like that.
Look, there are dozens of handprints here.
So there are. A great many indeed. So much that it's hard to make out any one individual print. In fact.
It sends a chill down my spine. Perhaps he was leaning against the wall while getting railed in the ass.
Yeah, like what the... Very likely, I would say. It's a rather dull scene, after all.
You take that back. That looks like the undead parish from Dark Souls. Fuck you. I wish I had the undead parish framed on my wall. And without wishing to state the obvious, you wouldn't generally admire a picture from such close quarters, I feel. Oh, very true, Miss Susato. A bit of a mystery, then. Uh-oh.
But wait, there's more. Can you spray it like under the table?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Floor's a good idea. Maybe this?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, I was gonna say the suspicious piece of wood. Oh, look at all this here.
Ah, yes. Interesting. A multitude of the victim's handprints.
Why are there so many of them on the floor in this one spot? Oh, perhaps he had a bad fall just here? There's nothing obvious that he would have tripped over, though, is there?
I wonder. Personally, I often stumble when there's nothing obvious to trip over.
I think that's something only a great detective would do, Mr. Sholmes.
Well, this is quite a puzzle. Handprints all over the floor.
Yes, there's no obvious explanation. Okay. Well, we sprayed Mr. Sholmes' amazing skin print indicator all over this room, didn't we? Sprayed his DNA all over the fans in Paris, France. We did, but there are two places in particular that are of interest, I would say. The handprints on the floor there, and on the other wall by the picture, you mean? Yes, and I think the floor warrants closer investigation. I won't be a moment. What is it, Miss Susato? Look here, Mr. Naruhodo. One of the floorboards has popped out. One of the... You mean... It's a secret hiding place? Oh, fuck yeah!
Excellent work, Mr. Sato. So, what do we have in here?
Oi! What are you lot doing? Inspector Gregson! Stand aside right this minute. It's my job to investigate there.
No need, Inspector. You continue to dig into your portion of chips, whilst we dig around the floor here.
Your fancy talking put me off my food anyway, Sholmes. A new bit of evidence is exactly what I need. Now get the fuck out of my way. Wow. A secret hiding place under the floor. What a find. Not a hiding place you can make use of in Japan. I don't think I could lift a straw autotomy mat. No, I know. But I never expected one of these wooden floorboards to move either. It's got me wondering about the wall over there too. Aren't you curious? Oh, yes. I'll investigate at once.
Box.
Why's her butt so big? Why's your butt so big? There's nothing behind the picture, sadly. Only the wall.
How disappointing.
But then, how do you explain the handprints? I really can't think why anyone would have been touching the wall over there. Wall over and over in one place like that. Who did that?
It's one going in my cringe compilation. There you are. A print for you.
The photograph of the handprints on the wall has been entered into the court record. Traces of handprints on the wall. Discovered using the skin print seeker gun. There are multiple prints on either side of a hanging picture. Weird. Oh, thank you very much. His invention can make prints too?
Yeah, fucking weird. There's nothing behind the picture. Like, what?
Like, unless it's him reaching up to go, like, turn on the lantern and he just braced himself against the wall. You wouldn't have hands on both sides with that, though, I think.
No.
You would probably only have the one hand that you'd keep putting up against the
your left hand
wall.
would be on the wall, your right hand would turn on the lantern.
Yeah,
Yeah. Huh.
very strange. Now then, I wonder if Inspector Gregson has found anything under the floor there.
I'm desperate to know!
So am I. Alright, later. I'd love to know if there's anything hidden underneath that floorboard there.
Allow me to ask Gregson now. After all, we're well acquainted.
Uh-oh!
Inspector Gregson! Really, it's been too long.
What is it, Sholmes?
I thought perhaps you might show me what you found there. Seeing as we're such great friends.
We're not friends.
You're right, we're lovers. No, I suppose not. A dismal failure.
Yes, I heard. I'd kill to know what was under that floorboard. You what?
Yeah, you.
All you Japanese are the same. Killers, the lot of you. Alright then. Fair's fair. What? You help me find it. Suppose I should at least fill you in. Really, Inspector? Thank you.
Do it quickly, my dear fellow! If there's one thing I know about this man, it's that he blows with the wind, as fickle as the weather.
Oh, stop making me out to be some kind of nut. There were 3 items under the floor there. A newspaper clipping, a photographic print, and a tin box. Now, what do you want to know? Sorry, 1 second, guys. Alright, let's, newspaper clipping. What is that? Looks like this was cut out of the paper about 3 months ago. It's about a convict who got sick and died while he was serving time up in Manchester. How terrible. They made the headlines down here in London as well. The bloke had been sentenced to death, you see. But nature got him first. Oh my goodness. He'd committed a capital offense? Man by the name of Selden. Nasty piece of work. Into burglaries and murder. They say the hoard he'd knocked off was worth about £1,000. A hoard? Of treasure, you mean? Jewelry and the like. But he'd hidden it somewhere. And no one knows where. Now he's dead. Alright, we got effectively a pirate treasure. The papers loved it. Of course, £1,000 lost en route to hell. Some such was the headline.
Does it not strike you, though? Why such an article would be so carefully ensconced under the floor?
Suppose now you mention it, it does seem a bit odd. Perhaps I'll go over the paperwork we've got on Selden back at the yard and see if I can turn anything up. Capital offender article has been entered into the court record. You didn't get a good look at him. Condemned criminal dies of natural causes in prison. Manchester's Strangeway Prison announced the death of convicted murderer and burglar Selden by natural causes in the early hours this morning. He had been suffering with fever since the end of October. Alerted by the shouts of his fellow cellmate, medical staff arrived to find him already dead before his capital punishment could be carried out. Selden. Photographic print. Ah. Huh. So now, the woman who got stabbed outside of the Garadeb house has a picture of a guy that is standing next to Mr. Garadeb. What? So, this is the photograph I found. Looks reasonably recent to me.
Yes. It would appear to have been taken on the street in front of the house here.
And the gentleman on the left is Mr. Garadeb, the landlord, of course. But who's the young man on the right? Mr. Garadeb's son, perhaps?
Oh my god, it's Shanks.
Perhaps. You can take the print if you like. Really? Are you sure?
We can presume, therefore, that the yard already knows. The identity of the young fellow, that is.
Is that true? Well, it's too bad if we do. Unfortunately for you lot, leaking information isn't one of my pastimes.
My dear Inspector, if I may be so bold as to point something out. Pastimes are for one's leisure, but this is for work.
Oh my god, he's so stupid. He's so fucking stupid. All the more reason I'm not telling you. Ah.
A dismal failure!
Yes, I heard. Huh. I wonder why a photograph like this was hidden under the floor. I mean, Mr. Shamspeare himself isn't in it.
Photographic prints are still rare treasures in the East End. I imagine Mr. Garadeb was rather delighted to have been immortalized. He probably made a proud present of it.
Can't flip it. Yeah, this is so weird. Like,
Yeah,
unless this
art
is
student.
Olive for some reason, but it's, I don't know. It's more likely that it was someone Olive has like modeled herself after, or I don't know. It's weird. Imagine Mr. Garadeb is proud. Yeah, it made a proud present. Tin box. That Olive's key is gonna open. What the fuck is happening? Now, this tin box looks interesting, doesn't it?
Might I suggest, Inspector, that you open it? If you were to find something inside that reveals the truth behind this case, I wouldn't be in the least surprised.
Yeah, funnily enough, I've already had a look. Completely empty.
What? Shamspeare! Give us a clue, man!
You didn't even have the chance to utter a word, Mr. Naruhodo. But anyway, at least we found out what's inside the box. Yes. Thin air. It's empty. Rather like how I feel inside. Is there nothing more to this box, then? I wonder. Kitty. Hello,
Oh
Wagahai.
my god.
What's back there? Oh, look! It's that lovely little kitty cat. What was its name? It's Mr. Natsume's, isn't it? I don't think we ever asked him, actually. Why don't we call it, Wagahai? You know, like Mr. Natsume refers to himself in Japanese. Yeah, so this was the other thing I saw, was I was like, oh yeah, Wagahai is a way to refer to yourself. And one of his
Like
books is
Goku.
called Wagahai something.
Is Wagahai Neko? Is it I am a cat? Is that what it's called? Japanese?
Yeah, that is the Japanese name. That's what it was.
It's Wagahai Neko?
Yeah, well,
Or Neko Wagahai, whatever.
Wagahai Wagahai God Neko Death or
Okay.
something, right? I am a cat.
That makes sense.
Um,
He's so cute, Mr. Lovecraft. What's his name again?
haha. Well, it's ah. You know, like Mr. Natsume refers to himself in Japanese. Wagahai wa Neko Dearu. Okay, yeah, sure. I wonder how we got in here. Clever cat. No, really, how did you get in here? The cat door maker has not been invented yet.
Yeah, wait a minute.
Oh, wonderful. Well then, Wagahai, here's something delicious I brought for you from the cat's meat man.
What?
The cat's meat man?
Meat man. The meat hoe.
You just carry that around with you? Celsi, where'd you get the flesh? Okay. My poor cat can't eat right now.
Wow.
Cats. He couldn't be happier now, look. I just hope we can bring some happiness to his owner, too.
We look over to the left shoulder.
Aw.
All the poor eating the rest of the meat.
Hold on, I want to see him make muffins again. Come on, do it. No? Okay. Hello. Thrilling. That was a cheeky little meow, Wagahai. Oh, he's so adorable. He's doing it. Oh, I could sit and watch him forever. I think he may not appreciate that after a while. We have an investigation to get back to. We're out of here, I guess.
Can we click on that, his clothes on the drying rack?
Nope.
Clothesline? No, okay. I thought you could for a second.
I think we're done here.
Yeah, we can't click on the castle, right? We didn't, like,
No, I'm trying.
Yeah.
We've already seen this from last time. It is, like, hilariously suspicious, the fact that there's a makeshift stage here, and, like,
Yeah.
the cat just jumped in, and no one's like, how do you get in here? Oh, one of the other things I read was that his roommate, real life Natsume's roommate, he was crazy paranoid and hated London, right? That's why he's a crazy person in this game. It was fucking miserable for him. But she was like, to help you get your mind off things, you should get a bike. So that's why there's the bike outside.
Okay.
Yeah, he was fond of it. I fear it. Okay.
Yeah, like, we can't go into Natsume's room now, right? And be like, hey, where'd the cat come from?
We gotta ask Garadeb about this picture. Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's room. Mr. Garadeb appears to be out. Damn it. Oh well, I suppose we'll just have to come back again later. Right. Oh dear. I can't lay this one on too thick tonight. My voice hurts. Throat hurts. Oh, Mr. Natsume is back. So he is. Mr. Natsume, hello. Wagai wa neko dearu. Sorry? I don't know who Mr. Natsume is. Or Black Shomes. I don't know about courts, or trials, or old Baileys. I am a cat. That's what I am. Just a cat. Mr. Naruhodo, he's trying to escape from reality. Trying to? He already has! Completely! So, what is your name then? Oh, fuck. Oh, damn it. As yet, I have no name. Mr. Naruhodo! He hasn't fully thought out his new identity yet. Maybe it's not too late to bring him back to reality. Do you think you could open your eyes for us, Mr. Natsume? I am not a cat. It worked! He's back in the real world. What's going to become of me? No! Don't answer that. It's obvious. My accursed soul is never going to escape this accursed fate. Mr. Natsume, no! This morning's proceedings in court prove that there's hope. Yes. Yes! Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire was brilliant, but... The Reaper is omnipresent. In court. In my lodgings. Here, there, everywhere. What's he looking straight at me for? I think perhaps there are some things we should discuss. Oh. Yes. Yes, we must. This morning's trial. In my whole life, have I ever been so moved as I was today? No! Of course, if I cast my mind back, there were perhaps one or two other occasions that moved me more, but if I just blocked those out, then today, being in that courtroom was it was the most moving experience of my life. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! You're too kind. Scotland Yard found the remaining tea, just as we deduced, and are analyzing it as we speak. There's nothing wrong with that tea. You won't find a drop of poison in it. That's a solemn, sworn Soseki certainty. Tell me, did you both drink the tea at the same time that night? Oh, yes. Most definitely. Remember, drink tea while it's hot. We both poured it down our throats like it was a hot bath for our bellies. And at the time, you were both completely fine. As shown by the fact that he and Mr. Shamspear then engaged in the Romeo and Juliet match. I suppose the focus of tomorrow's proceedings will be how the poison was taken by the victim then. Mr. Shamspear. That rotten Shamspear. What have I ever done to him? You don't recall him taking issue with you over anything you've done recently? I've been holed up in my room, immersed in books. I don't recall anything. Anything at all! Right. But what I don't understand is why he didn't let me know sooner. So this pose is referencing a photo also, which is kind of cool.
Sure.
Let you know what, Mr. Natsume? Sorry, I was distracted, but... Why he didn't let me know sooner? About the soap, of course! What else? I would be doing it! Oh dear. Are you struggling with such a meager stipend? Of course I am! If I had money, I wouldn't have chosen to live in a cursed existence in such accursed lodgings. Oh, yes. You said it's because the place is cursed that it's so cheap, didn't you? Exactly. Especially the room that I rent. Oh.
Right, they talked about this.
Oh, right. We knew someone died. He never specified who.
Yeah.
The spirit of that capital offender who lived there still haunts me. Haunts the place, and it's trying to kill me. Capital offender. Might I ask, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, that the next time you visit me, you bring scores of super soft soaps. What's this? It's a newspaper cutting that we found in Mr. Shamspear's room. Ah. So he knew, did he? Sorry? About this man, Selden. A convicted killer, and the evil spirit behind the curse that afflicts my lodgings. What? He's already taken one young man's life, and now he's trying to take the life of another. A miserable mustache, A miserable, mustached, much maligned Japanese man. Mr. Natsume, if you know something, please, you must tell us. Tell us everything you can about this evil spirit. Give me 5 seconds to grab water. Alright, maybe like 30.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22,
Take a
23.
quick peek at my cat while I'm at it. Alright. Capital Offender Cell Den. The truth is, I didn't know the details myself until very recently. That Selden man was arrested about a year ago now. And at the time, he was hiding out in lodgings at Mr. Garadeb's house. What? He lived where you do now? That's right, yes. Exactly where I live now. In my very room. Oh, my, your room was previously occupied by a criminal found guilty of a capital offense? Before his sentence could be carried out, he died in prison. That was 3 months ago now. And that's when it started. The curse! What really... Excuse me. What really is this curse you keep mentioning, Mr. Natsume? It's already caused one death. A few months after the criminal passed away in prison, a man died in the room. The man who rented it after Selden, in fact. Poor lodger. He was found dead in mysterious circumstances. The room was locked from the inside. Dude, this is a fucking man in the walls scenario suddenly. Locked from the inside? Exactly like the case we're dealing with now. So that's the convict's curse, is it? Yes, well, that was the start of it. Convict's curse. Do you have any idea how the lodger before you passed away, Mr. Natsume? The official cause of death was asphyxia. When they discovered the body, the room was full of gas. Ooh. Gas. I only found that out after I'd signed the lease. When Mr. Garadeb came to tell me later, I couldn't stop myself trembling. In fact, if I'd known beforehand, I'd probably have been too scared to take the room. Landlord's lease, luckily legal. Lucky for Mr. Garadeb, maybe. Not so lucky for poor Mr. Natsume. And now you believe this curse is affecting you. It is. It is. At first, I just felt as though I was being watched. All the time. And then you talked about having nightmares, didn't you? They're trying to take me with them. They come for me and try to suffocate me. Just when I'm struggling to breathe, I wake up. Oh my god. There's a fucking gas leak in his room.
No wonder he's crazy.
The room is as cold as ice. But why is your room so cold? London winters are too cold to bear without any heating on overnight. But for some reason, even though I light the stove before I climb into bed at night, The pilot light always goes out and the room fills with gas. But that's terrible. It's exactly the same situation as what led to the previous occupant's death. And then there's what happened to Mr. Shamspear last night, when he was mysteriously poisoned. There's clearly more to that incident than can be explained by a curse, though. Whatever can be the cause of all these strange happenings in Mr. Garadeb's rooms. We probably don't need to show him anything else. Except maybe this. That's probably for, Mr. Garadeb.
Yeah.
Oh, you're here now, Mr. Garadeb. Right, bally business it is for me, you know. Getting out and about. Were you at the Old Bailey by any chance? Naturally. Fate of my lodgings hanging in the balance and all that. Not a trial to miss. The fate of what's already been dubbed your haunted lodgings, yes. Of course, the place has caused quite a stir around the capital on more than one occasion already. As the old haunted lodgings or some such. Ah, well, at least he knows. Makes you wonder what the blazes is going on, don't you know? He's right there, isn't he? Yes, I'm sure it does. In fact, thinking back on Mr. Natsume's other trial just 2 days ago, you were at the Old Bailey then as well, weren't you? Testifying with your wife about what happened. Stopped off at the prison on the way home, in fact. Beastly business. See. So, what brings you to my haunted abode today, eh? Your lodgings. Some fishy fellow from the Far East and a failed actor chap of questionable character, eh? Yes, the house does seem to have become something of a magnet for rum fellows of late. Thanks to that bally curse. The convict's curse, you mean? Ah, heard the stories, have you? Rotten scoundrel was arrested here. Then the next chap in the room goes and keels over. Then there was the woman who dropped dead just outside on the street. Not to mention the actor yesterday. My next, eh? Well, can't help but get the collie wobbles, can you? When you say the woman who dropped dead outside on the street, do you mean Miss Green? Yeah, because Miss Green, who was stabbed by the knife, and Mr. Shamspear, who was poisoned last night, are both very much alive still. Yes, well, so was that blasted convict's curse, it seems.
Personally, I should be quite content with such lodgings. A bath, a toilet, a fireplace, a fascinating history. Why, it sounds like the lap of luxury.
I'm not so sure about that. Well, there's no bath or toilet included, and no fireplace either. But you do look out for your tenants, don't you? By watching the rise and fall of the flames in your gas lamps up here. Yes, never hurts to keep an eye on things, in case there are any mishaps or such like.
I think you've had your mishap already, sir.
That's not helpful, Mr. Sholmes.
Heaven forgive me. The words just came to my lips.
Your lodgers. Some fishy fellow from the Far East and a failed actor chap of questionable character, eh? There's no need for that, Mr. Garadeb. That's right, Mr. Natsume is in no way fishy.
He is undeniably peculiar, however.
Is it right that he took the vacancy immediately after the previous tenant passed away? Yes, that's right. I asked the estate agent to find someone and he popped up the very same day. Never come across a chap so keen for a place with a background, as it were. I don't think it was the room's background he was keen on so much as the cheap rent, actually. So, how long has Mr. Shamspear been lodging under your roof? Great question, Susato. Thank you. That failed actor chap? Let me see. Oh, of course. Yes, it's been 3 months now. Quite sure of it. Only 3 months? He's quite new here too, then. This guy died 3 months ago. End of October.
November, December, January, February.
Yeah,
so
little bit.
4 months ago, yeah.
Quite new here too, then.
And what do you owe your certainty in that regard, Mr. Garadeb, if I might ask?
Well, it was that Selden scoundrel, as it happens. Selden? The convict, you mean? Do Selden and Shamspear have some kind of connection, then? Shamspear's tenancy. A convict chap, Selden, passed away in the clink 3 months ago now, you see. Some malady or other. Yes, we've seen the report from the newspaper at the time. Well, it was only 3 days later that the tragedian showed his face. The actor fellow. Really? Yes, I remember it quite distinctly.
Is small this world we inhabit. Prithee, landlord, hear my request. I, the humble Shamspear, do desire to take thy room on the middle floor, offered erewhile for rent.
Terribly sorry and whatnot, but that won't be possible. Already have a lodger on the middle floor. Ground floor room's vacant, though. He wanted Soseki's room, because that was...
Soseki's room.
'Cause that's where the fucking treasure is.
Nothing can be made out of nothing. Let me repeat mine will unto thee.
Those curls must be muffling your ears. The room on the middle floor is taken. It's ground floor and nothing.
Very well. We have an accord.
Glad to hear it. Welcome to Brier Road.
Lo, a Shamspear dance to celebrate!
From what I heard in court today, sounds like the chap was thieving gas. And he was 3 months in arrears with the rent, too. Yes, the fellow was a bally player, all right.
Thank you for your candor, Mr. Garadeb. We are most grateful. By way of appreciation, allow me to say 1 or 2 words. Give me a rope. Put on my crown. I have immortal lodgings in me.
Yeah, he's kidding.
Meow.
happened to you?
Shakespeare, my dear fellow! One of his most famous lines! I wish that I divulge my own learning of the subject, for I have a turn for literature too, you know.
Perhaps you could turn your attention to more apt lines then? Mr. Garadeb, can I ask you to look at this photograph? Is that your son who's with you there? No, not at all. He was a lodger here once. Duncan Ross was his name. Duncan Ross. Okay. A street photographer happened to be passing by, so I asked him to take a shot. Just for kicks, really. Good photo. Was he by any chance the lodger before Mr. Natsume? Yes, that's right.
Ah, the young gentleman who died in the room in the mysterious circumstances. Just what Mr. Mustache was waiting for, one might say.
Yes, young Duncan lived in the room at the top of the first flight of stairs before the Japanese chap. Would you mind telling us a little more about him? The lodger's death. Yes, Duncan Ross. Young chap was attending art school. Had to work to pay for it, mind. Moved into the middle floor room about a year ago, after that criminal Selden was arrested. Okay, right, so Selden was arrested. Selden died in October.
Yeah.
Last year. So he died about 4 months ago. But
Yeah.
then somehow, incited by his dying words, like Gold Roger, Shamspear here is like, I gotta get the fucking gold.
Yeah.
Seems to be what's going on here. And Wagahai has collected all of it because he probably is moving through the cracks in the house where it was stored.
Yeah.
Alright, case closed. Good night, everyone. Young students are always on the hunt for rooms with a history behind them. A history of cheap rent, maybe. Yes. Yes. Well, anyway. It was one morning about a month ago now. Hadn't quite worked out the old trick of watching the gas lamp to see what my lodgers are up to at the time. So sadly, I was rather tardy to discover what had happened. The smell of gas that alerted me it was.
Ah, yes. Synonymous with the smell of death.
Called the police straight away, of course. The officer kicked the door off its hinges. But once we got inside, we all bawly collapsed. Because of the gas? Yes. Room was full of it. No air at all. Stove must have gone out while the poor chap was sleeping in his bed. So Mr. Ross suffocated to death. Of course. The police gave me a sound ticking off because the gas pipes were so old and all that. Can't tell you how much it set me back to have the lot replaced all over the house. But even after you had all that work done, Mr. Natsume says the same thing. That the stove goes out at night whilst he's asleep in bed. Well, that's the bally curse! The convict's curse! I've done my duty as a landlord now! Someone's feeling defensive. That reminds me, actually. Yes? About young Duncan. The night before the poor chap perished. He'd been writing a letter. Oh. A letter of affection to a young lady. A love letter, you mean? Yes. Where did I put it now? Ah. Here it is. Left it on my desk. If you'll excuse me.
You'll excuse me. Let me see now. What does it say? To my most beautiful and charming sweetheart.
you think that we should be reading such a personal piece of correspondence? Don't care.
My dear Mrs. Sato, that is precisely why I prefaced my reading with, "If you'll excuse me."
I will not excuse you, Mr. Sholmes. No. Sadly, he didn't address it, though. So I have no means of delivering the thing. Rather sad, really. I see. That's going to play on my mind. But really, the identity of Mr. Ross's sweetheart has no bearing on the case. I think we should leave well alone. Yes. I suppose you're right.
Indeed. The intended recipient's address is missing. However, there is a name attributed to the man's most beautiful and charming sweetheart.
Mr. Sholmes, please. I've already had to chastise you about this once.
My undying love to you, my colorful darling. Olive green.
Olive Green? The woman who was plunged into a coma after a knife plunged into her back outside this house 5 days ago? The victim of the last case Soseki-san was in court for, who regained consciousness only yesterday. Is it just chance that her name has come up now? Could it possibly be a mere coincidence? Mr. Naruhodo, whatever can this mean?
Reading personal correspondences can have its merits, as you see, Mrs. Sato.
Well, let's finish up this investigation sequence. That's all the gold right there on the model.
No, you're right. You're fucking right. It's all the gold. Fuck. He made it for her.
Mr. Naruhodo, I've just finished speaking with the doctor. Yeah, that'd be great, actually. That'd be amazing.
No, I think you're right.
It seems Miss Green is well enough to be discharged at last. This is good news. But hopefully, just before... What is it?
Show him to the ceiling, show him to the ceiling. Oh.
Suicide, yeah, baby! Miss Green! What was that? She clearly just hit something behind her back.
One moment. I'll be with you in a jiffy. Oh, hello, everyone. What are you all doing here? The doctor has said I can be discharged, so I'm just getting my things together.
Miss Green, what were you just doing?
Oh, nothing, really. I was just about to take some medicine the doctor prescribed for me. That's all.
Well, we were hoping to have another quick chat with you if that's all right.
I don't really have anything else to tell you.
All right, she's definitely behaving strangely. Let's see if we can't coax something out of her. Straight to the picture. Hospital discharge. It's wonderful news that you're going to be discharged, Miss Green.
Thank you. These people are better. The hospital staff don't want them lingering and wasting space. Not people like me, anyway.
So I don't think I should keep anyone waiting. I probably shouldn't stand around and chat.
She certainly doesn't seem to be in the mood to talk, that's for sure. Alright, how about this photo?
It's not a photo.
Photo. Miss Green, we were hoping to ask you about someone. Mr. Duncan Ross. You knew him, didn't you?
Oh, the mouse is gonna die.
No. Oh no.
Pick it up and die.
Oh no. The longest foreshadowing in all of video games. Chekhov's mouse. How could I be so blind?
Oh my fucking god, the mouse is gonna die.
Fuck. The bottle of medicine fell down when she did. Oh, Miss Green, are you alright? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to startle you like that.
No. No, it's alright. I just wasn't expecting it. But how do you know about Duncan?
Mr. Ross had been writing a letter when he passed away. The landlord found it in his room. It was a very personal letter. To you.
It was at the art school. That's where I met Duncan. A year ago now. He was working to fund his studies. He dreamt of becoming a professional artist one day.
And the two of you became romantically involved?
Yes, that's right. We were very much in love. We were engaged to be married, actually. That's why he decided to move into a cheaper room. To save money for the wedding.
And that's what led him to Mr. Garadeb's.
Yes. He told me he'd found the worst, but cheapest room in the entire East End. And then, 1 month ago, that's when it happened.
We're so terribly sorry, Miss Green.
Well, it's all in the past now, I suppose.
Poor Miss Green. She looks so desperately sad. I was starting to think that's just her look. But now I see that she has every reason to feel the universe is against her. It's dead. It's so fucking over.
I'm so sad.
The rat has died.
I do hope you won't think I'm being rude, but... Would you mind leaving me in peace now? I have to leave the hospital soon.
Oh. I'm so sorry. We didn't mean to hold you up. Of course. Mr. Naruhodo! I imagine it's... Oh, okay. It's so dead. God.
Surely you were not about to leave. That's quite out of the question.
Oh. Oh, no. We were so close. We were so fucking close. He's gonna force one on us. No.
Yeah, I thought we were hoping.
Well, we're stopping right before. That's for fucking sure.
Yeah.
All right. Mr. Sholmes, I didn't realize you were here.
I was on the ceiling.
He was on the ceiling.
But of course I was, my dear fellow. Watching intently from the shadows as always.
Well, make your presence known next time. Mr. Sholmes, what's this about?
Something which occurs to me with some regularity. Mr. Sato, is this... Why do detectives insist on such an ex post facto modus operandi? Why, solve a case after it's happened, instead of preventing a case before it happens. That is what sets a great detective apart.
What do you mean?
There is a case waiting to happen under our very noses, Mr. Naruhodo. So, let us avert disaster. Let us prevent this case from ever happening, with nothing but careful observation.
Alright. No.
All the clues you need are set
No.
before you.
No.
You need only look. And you cannot fail to see.
You can do it, Mr. Naruhodo. I know you can.
Fucking rat, dude. I
I
think we should stop anyway, just because
I mean, if we're not about to do a I don't mind finishing this out.
okay.
I was definitely ready for that to throw us straight into a fucking long ass winded whatever it's fucking called. That mouse seems to be dead. Look, I didn't notice it there before. Did you? I think perhaps it drank the medicine that spilled out of the bottle. But that's the bottle that Miss Green was about to drink from when we arrived. Okay. If this is about to turn into Miss Olive Green here fucking poisoned this guy moments before a knife fell on her, this game's awesome.
Which guy?
Our fucking asshole here. Like, somehow she did it. If like I doubt that's the case, but like that's just what my mind jumped to just now.
Sure.
You don't think
I see you've come to appreciate the true nature of this scene. That of a tragedy about to take place.
Yes, I think it's falling into place. Miss Green, the contents of the bottle you had before us spilt onto the floor, and the poor mouse that drank it has sadly died. I think it's clear that the bottle must have contained a powerful poison. Don't worry. I will attend to the mouse presently.
Thank you, Sasato.
Just throws it out the window.
No! Miss Green. Were you intending to go the same way as that rodent? To take your own life?
Once we'd left, you would have put it to your lips again, wouldn't you? And taken the poison. Take the poison.
No!
Miss Green, please! Please talk to us! It definitely feels as though this card must be relevant. I mean, when we first arrived, Miss Green was standing with it in her hand in what can only be described as a very tense atmosphere. Yes. It may very well be related to whatever incident Mr. Sholmes believes was about to happen. Perhaps we should ask Miss Green about it. Mr. Duncan Ross would ever have thought he was engaged to be married to Miss Green. To lose one's beloved fiancé must be painful enough. But then Miss Green suffered that awful injury, and outside her fiancé's former lodgings too. Fate can be very cruel sometimes. Okay.
"10 seconds later, and we would have arrived at a very different scene here. In all probability, we would not have enjoyed this most delightful conversation. Of course, perhaps it hasn't been quite so delightful from your perspective, Miss Green. Actually, in a way, now that everything's out in the open, I feel like a weight has been lifted.
Tell me, how did you acquire that medicine?
Well, with this being a hospital and all, when the doctor comes to examine me in the mornings, he always leaves the medicine cabinet open for a while. So I snuck this out when he wasn't looking. It conspicuously lacks a label. I wonder what it contains. I'm afraid I don't really know. But I thought, if I drank it, I might just stop the pain somehow.
Oh, please, Miss Green, don't talk of such things. Well, it seems clear now that it contains poison. Yes, that poor little mouse is proof of that.
Oh, it's not my fault! What have I done? I shall remove this to my office, Miss Green. I take it you have no objection. No. None.
The card. Mm-hmm. This fucking puts her at the scene. Yeah. Okay. Neither the sender's name or address appears to be written on the envelope or the card.
It arrived by post at my home the day before the incident that put me in the hospital here.
I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Brier Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. Wait a minute. The 17th of this month. That's the day you were stabbed on Brier Road! And 5 p.m.
is precisely the time when the incident occurred.
It's a runback case, man. That shit sucked last time. I will take that cringe, and I will turn it into Kino. Wow.
The Slug and Salad.
Dude, it was me, Barry. I was the fake letter put in that book that Mr. Garadeb had that set his wife off.
Yeah.
Fuck, that's coming!
Well, that was like a John and a Mary, wasn't it?
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He knew it would set her off. You fuck. Slug and Salad, yes. A pub on the northern corner of Brier Road. Brier Road. Being the street that Mr. Garredeb's house is on. Quick, to the court record. I don't know which one it is.
Damn it.
Does this mean that... Here, let me just try and get through this. Yes, I'm sure you've guessed. That day when I was stuck in the back by the knife, I was actually on my way to the Slug and Salad. Goodness. So that's why you were So that's what you were doing on Brier Road that day. I'm sorry I didn't say anything before. I think I really will have to ask to excuse you. I think I really will have to ask you to excuse me now. I've told you everything. Yes. I'm very sorry to have to drag up such painful memories for you. No. It's fine. Miss Green. Please. Promise us you won't try to do anything like that again. Yes, don't worry. Your detective friend has the bottle now anyway. And besides, I've been stabbed in the back and had a close shave with a bottle of poison, and I'm still here. I think I'm destined to see things through to the end. Might sound a little conceited, but, well, that's how all this has made me feel. Okay, near-death experience. Write that one down, Tommy. Keep that in our back pocket for our tricks. Leaving Miss Green and St. Bartholomew's behind, we made our way back to Baker Street with Mr. Sholmes. Oh! I don't think we saw it at night. Well, it would appear we've reached the end of the investigative trail for today. Yes, it's late. And Mr. Naruhodo, did you discover anything that may be of use to you in court tomorrow, do you think? Details about Mr. Shamspeare, Mr. Garredeb's lodgings, the convict Selden. There are many facets to this case, and we're yet to see to the heart of it, if you ask me. That's my feeling anyway. I can't help wondering about the results of the analysis. Into Mr. Natsume's tea, you mean? Yes. Will they have found strychnine in it or not? Well, I fear that either way, it will be hard to escape the grip of our friend, Mr. Reaper. Oh dear. Yes. Barak von Zeeks. But I wish you every success, of course. And though I was late to rise this morning, tomorrow will be a new dawn. I intend to spring from my bed at a crisp hour and attend the trial. And wreak havoc, of course. Mr. Sholmes! You're going to come? I'll also be there! Indeed! Whatever happens, I shall be there. Assuming my eyelids cooperate in the morning.
Yeah.
Well, I think we've done all we can. All that's left is to remain focused and keep fighting for Mr. Natsume's cause until the very end. London. The world's most prosperous city. Home to 6 million people. But away from the razzle-dazzle, down back alleys and behind bricked-up windows, the lonely lurk. Soseki-san had battled long and hard with loneliness during his many months here. And so I felt honor-bound to battle equally hard for my compatriot, to lift the curse that gripped him. As Mr. Sholmes said, tomorrow would be a new dawn. For all of us. Except Kazuma. He died.
Fuck.
Cool. Now that's the Ace Attorney I've been missing. All right. Well then, everyone. We will see you Friday for the thrilling conclusion of to exercise the curse of the Garadeb's lodgings, even though it really does not fix Soseki-san. Very sad. Good night, everyone. See you next time.